Okay, so we have a big week. There's a lot going on.
All right, first things first. Morbius sweeped the fucking nation with a 300,000 pull this weekend over 1,000 theaters, ending up at an approximate profit of $289 per theater.
We can put the sweep down for a minute. It's blasphemous, but put the fucking sweep down for a minute. Furthermore, we can bicker about Street Fighter 6 later because whatever. All that shit, clear the fucking table. This is me
Off the
putting my
plate.
hand on the table and clearing it.
All right, put the turkey on there. What's the
I have a
turkey?
single question. What the fuck do you know about RRR?
Nothing. Other
Okay.
than I saw someone mention that exact
Okay.
lettering somewhere on my Twitter like a couple hours ago, I think.
RRR is a movie. It is a film. It is a movement. It is an attitude. It is the greatest. Let me set you up. RRR is basically a 3-hour epic about a revolution against the British Raj in India circa 1920, filtered through the lens of Singham.
Of course. Okay. So I just looked it up and I saw the poster and I'm like, oh, it's Singham again.
Welcome to Goa, Singham, except it's everything. This is the truth. This movie, dude. Oh my god. And here's the bit, right? There's a lot of movies out there. There's a lot of movies that come out and you see like Indian high spectacle, insane over the top, extreme octane action and
Yeah.
ridiculous CG and like dance numbers that are just like outdoing each other. And a lot of that has been like Singham represents like a peak of that, but it is not it's not the only one.
Singham's plot definitely was the peak of that.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. But Singham represents though like they got the fucking the mustache, they got the muscles, they got the CG, they got the roar, they got the music, everything together into like a high moment for all of that Bollywood cinema. And RRR is just taking it to the next level, and furthermore, it is like there's a spiritual baton pass in the form of Singham himself, the actor, is in the movie as
Of course he is.
the parent of one of the main characters. So it's like
Oh, oh,
it's
oh, okay.
there.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Right. Okay.
Step one.
I see where. Okay.
RRR. Roar.
People asking what the fuck is a Singham? Type it into the fucking Google search engine, you morons.
Roar. Rise. Revolt. Is the title of this movie, and it is about, like, to be perfectly honest, like I was gonna say like two characters that like rise up and fight, but it's like it's two superheroes. It's really what it is.
Yeah.
And like they're just like again the if Singham is Sparta, okay, and there has to be the next generation that comes. You have these two main characters. They're from different sides. They're from different provinces, and one of them is a super cop who's working for the Raj, and the other is from a tribe that comes from the forest, and fire and ice, quite literally, in the logo and all over every like fight scene and every moment. There is like no time wasted in this 3-hour fucking epic, and it's an epic in the correct usage of the word epic. It is like, it's not just like the extreme sincerity of like the Singham like plot or the fight scenes. It is the sincerity of like the love scene, the bromance, the every aspect is just pure, you know, unfiltered. There's not even an attempt at subtext at almost any point.
India likes to make video games the way Ace Combat makes flying a plane. Sorry, India likes to make movies the way Ace Combat makes flying a plane. Like it's too sincere. It's like caustic in its sincerity.
The closest thing to a layer that you might unpeel here is the main characters having names that are reminiscent of like characters from gods from an old epic tale, you know. But I mean, holy shit, man! Like the pair of heroes, they establish themselves by just basically like meeting up to rescue a child in danger, you know, and despite being from being basically like star-crossed origins, they come together and form the purest bond that you know it's pure because within about 45 seconds of their first like burly handshake and the music starts playing and they're carrying each other on each other's shoulders and running through open fields and frolicking. Yeah. It's the best.
You know, the Top Gun movie came out recently, but it makes me think of, and we combine with this, it's like, do you remember when your hyper masculine man would have a part in their man movie where they took their shirt off and like frolicked in the ocean with their friend / rival? Like almost every time.
Absolutely. Right.
Like Rocky and fucking Apollo in the ocean. Just like,
yeah,
it's hilarious.
That energy went away, and RRR brings it back, and it is like, again, like literal frolicking in a field, you know. It just like they basically show you the friendship blossom over montage, and it's unbelievable, you know. And then every aspect about it, like, so the evil Governor Scott is the representative of like the you know the British overlords that are ruling at that time in 1920, mind you. And this is also a like it's 1920, so it's not the 40s when the Raj was actually overturned and stuff, but this is your like Inglorious Bastard style, like, fuck it, we're just picking a setting and going in hard anyway, and it doesn't matter because like when we need our soldiers to look like they're from the 20s, they are, but when we need them to look like a Vietnam like fucking team with like literal 70s technology, it doesn't matter, we're gonna just do it. Shut up though.
You know, it's great too, because as far as historical villainy goes, the Indian British occupation is a good fucking pick. I was just reading up the other day that Southeast Asians from India, Pakistan, that kind of area, because of the absurd dozens of famines they had to deal with over the past 200 years, many of them are starvation adapted physically.
Oh.
And you can play. So if your uncle has a little bit of a pouch, it's literally the British's fault.
Okay, so there's a plot point in the movie, well, at one point where one of the main characters in captivity is being fed only once a week and is totally fine because fuck it, determination pushes you to your limits and makes you surpass them, you know, and he's you know, he's fine. Like, it's like, oh, let's check in on the fucker who we've been feeding once a week. He's gonna be groveling, and they walk into him doing like chain pull-ups, drop glistening sweat, you know, staring at the Capitol on the mountain. Go like, and it's so sick because like there are real life like DTs, like characters in this story pop DTs. It's unbelievable. Yeah, so the Governor Scott is the evil British man who is ruling over in the area in Delhi, in this setting, and he is played as none other than fucking Ray Stevenson himself, Punisher Man, from Warzone, the second Punisher.
Okay.
So he plays like super evil British dude, and I don't know how
That
or
dude's
what.
not British.
Yeah, I don't know what the casting, how it came together, but in fact, he is British.
I saw some folks talking about how they had to get mostly Irish actors because they had difficulty getting British ones that would play the evil British.
Oh, I believe that.
And the Irish will fucking jump at the chance.
Every evil moment has a giant Union Jack in the back waving. Like, it's like they frame it. You know.
You know what's fucking awesome? Where you fucking watch like movies that came out of Hong Kong, and you've watched movies that come out of fucking India, and you watch movies that come out of this country or that country, and like the fucking British are the villains, and like 90% of any of them that take place between like before like I don't know 1945. And it's like, oh wow, ooh. Yeah, sun never sets.
Oh yeah. Oh, exactly. So like this thing, like literally it's like for the purposes of upping the ante of the difficulty of enemies, because your level 1 enemies are just regular old British soldiers from the 20s.
Or security employees of the East India Company or
right, but how do you like for the pace and the tension and the difficulty to remain high, you have to eventually introduce blitzes. You have to introduce, like the Angelos, if you would. And so at that point, you just go like, we're reaching into the future and just grabbing future soldiers and then like making them, the opponents at this point. And it doesn't fucking matter. Yeah. And then, oh my God, like and again, it's not just the combat. It's not just the fighting, because it is exactly as intense when you're going to cut hard to your musical number, which you must. Right?
It's mandatory.
But the mandatory musical number doesn't just have to be a musical number that is what's the word for when it like you leave the setting and you go into the musical realm and everyone is just in that realm and then you re-enter?
I don't know what the way.
Okay.
I don't know how to describe that. Like if it was a single actor, it'd be a soliloquy, but in terms of like musical transportation.
Well, I forget what it's called, but there's a word for that. But anyway, it's not that. It's like you can have those musical scenes be diegetic, where the world is the musical scene has to happen because we're having a dance-off with the Brits.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, sure.
So it absolutely,
because your usual Bollywood dance number is like everyone's like they didn't go to space or magic realm or whatever, but it's primarily metaphorical.
Exactly, and like no, we can make it count in the story and make it make sense. As with honestly most of the songs, like every time it cuts to the music, which it's gonna do, like a Bollywood movie has to, it's diegetic. It mostly all occurs realistically within the world, incredible. So yeah, I cannot stress and recommend RRR enough. If you have any love or any enjoyment for Singham in your body, if you haven't seen Singham, then go see Singham, because that's mandatory.
Singham has an ending so insane that me and Wooly were like screaming at each other about it the whole way back to where we were like.
And what you need to understand about like that style of the style of justice depicted, right, in India in these stories, that is not exclusive to Singham or any that is a culturally understood approach to evil. And RRR continues the tradition and pulls no punches. Make no mistake,
I would love to see I would love to see a bunch of Indian movies like this just like come out here as real movies. Like, don't have to download it, don't have to stream it. Just I want to see fucking this thing. I think I saw a trailer for this a few days ago.
Okay, probably. Does
it have a part where like a shit zillion guys are angry at a tiny little fenced-in cube of the British?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. No, I did see a little piece of this, and I'm like, this looks like that Singham shit.
The Dynasty Warriors scene. Yeah, that's the start. That's the establishing scene for the cop character.
Okay.
It's literally Dynasty Warriors moment. Yeah, absolutely. Muso for a minute. There's a way that films over here tend to depict heroic morality, and a lot of the time, like, well, for example, you go watch The Punisher because the Punisher is not subscribing to that, and that's kind of what's different in a way.
And you're like, I'm really sick of the crackheads who hang out on my stoop. let me just have a fantasy moment. Ooh.
But well, more like the dealers, really. But
I don't think Frank makes many exceptions.
It gets muddled at points, definitely. Or they're anyway. But
my favorite thing to talk about the Punisher is what happens in a world with no drug use or crime or theft. Does he just start blowing away grandmas who are jaywalking?
Well, because it's like no, because the bit is like, did the mob wife happen to overhear something sketchy from their husband on the phone one time?
Yeah,
she can get it too.
Yeah,
the whole family.
Hey, like Frank gets a phone call as he's like blowing up a dealer's house. Like, Frank, they decriminalized weed just now. No, not that. No,
I don't know how like canon it is to every version of the Punisher, but there was that one depiction where once the mission is done, he's his final victim.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Luckily,
there's more crime out in space.
Sure, but anyway, the usual depiction is often like, let the villain. The most poetic ending is when the villain is shown mercy, but then they end up betraying that mercy and then accidentally get themselves killed because justice is poetic, right?
Yeah.
The hero doesn't actually have to dirty their hands because karma and the universe will right the wrongs.
They tried to stab the hero in the back, but they tripped over their feet and then they fell into the wheat thresher.
And so on and so forth. This does not subscribe to that.
No. Indian movies don't give a shit about that. Hey, you know how we're gonna get the villain? We're gonna tie him down and beat him with sticks until he's dead.
We're gonna get the villain by getting him. So anyway, I mean, just tour de force, coming of age, a touchstone for our time. It's 3 hours, but it doesn't feel like it. Admittedly, we watched it late, so some sleepiness was happening. But
yeah,
it is fucking incredible, and it's the sincerity. Really, that's what I keep coming back to. Is like no attempt to mask or veil anything. If the process of rescuing that child requires me to grab a flag and literally drape it in water and wrap myself in patriotism to avoid the flames as I rescue the child, then that is exactly what I'm gonna do.
I've known authors that use subtlety, and they're all cowards.
All cowards. Roar, Rise, Revolt, fucking go watch it. Do it.
Like, I'm thinking of Parasite, and I'm thinking of how, like, in Parasite, they use the modern-looking house to subdivide characters along lines constantly about are they in or are they out. And I'm thinking of, like, a movie out of India in which a character would say, "You are out of society! I am in it!" And they're, like, draped in gold.
Yeah, I mean, everything that it does too as well. Like, there's a nice big like Assassin's Creed Ubisoft style message about like, you know, the movie is all meant to be fictional depictions and we don't want to offend anybody. And furthermore, any animals you see are all CG. Don't worry about it.
Oh, well, that's nice.
You know, and it's like they're just like, we're gonna do some wild shit, and fucking Mother Nature itself is getting in on some of this action, so don't worry about it. It's all CG. And
even the land itself rejects the British.
Even the land itself. This is an important plot point. You know. Yes. It's great. It's great. You know, and
I think there's some massive balls in making a movie that is so overtly like revenge worship against like a colonial power, and then having the fucking gall to be like, well, we don't want to offend anybody.
I think that comes more from the complex, like, different tribes and groups of India that like are all depicted, because it goes through multiple areas and groups.
Oh,
and
man.
such. And so I think it's more like about that, you know, and everyone
India
uniting
has,
and going like, "Yo, fuck these British people, they suck."
I was watching stuff on in India's like dialectical complexity, in which they have like 15 to 20 different like linguistic groups within the country, and each geographic location can speak to the dialect that borders it on all sides, but not one over. Because the language changes that much.
That drastically,
so people from like the hard north end of the country can't talk to the people at the bottom. It's fucking crazy.
Dude, you're playing like 1 billion is that's an unfathomable number to imagine in your head. Like, things are gonna.
That's more than 5.
More than 6 even. But yeah, no. So it's a lot of that, and I mean. It really, it just like, yeah, your villainous action, your British actions are like peak British villainy, and you know, there's even, but it's even like gonna go out of its way to be like, okay, but hold on though, that nice lady over there, she's a white lady, but she's one of the good ones. So some people are nice, you know. So you just gotta you know, keep that in mind, but in the meantime, like, we're doing air combos, and we're doing air sniping, and we're fucking we're doing what I like human Kyodai Gattai. We're doing human fusion.
Okay.
To power up, where like literally
I want to point out, Wooly, that you talking about a Bollywood film and using the phrase human Kyodai Gatai is the absolute cringiest, most weeb moment you have ever had in your life.
Well, the problem
this is a new high bar for you.
I hear you. But the problem is that I couldn't think of a more accurate way, because it's not a fusion, it's not a two becoming one, or it is a literal put the one on top of the other and we fight like this. Like the dumb thing of Gurren and on top of Lagan and then fight, like, it's literally that. I can't think of a more accurate
team doing like the chariot games.
That doesn't come to mind. I don't know. Like,
what about?
There's the other like Japanese like thing where you do the chariot thing, where the sports day festival or whatever. Yeah. And then you do that with 3 people, and that just in my head goes to Jetstream Attack.
What about 2 kids in a suit pretending to be a person? Is it like that?
Yeah, I guess, but like with fighting, you know what I mean? Like, when it comes to someone sitting on someone's shoulders and trying to fight that way, that's the only place my brain goes. I got nothing else for you. I don't know what to tell you. Find me a better contemporary reference, and I'll update to that.
I don't think there is.
Okay.
I don't think there is.
Then fucking Gatai it is. What do you want me to tell you? Anyways, it is RRR. It's real. Do it. Fucking do it. Set aside some time and do it. And just if you're coming into this, and because I'm using the word Singham a lot as the descriptor here, but it's like if you're coming into this and you haven't seen Singham, then like that's a nice place to start to know what we're talking about going into this, you know, because again, like the same actor shows up and is literally in a fucking badass passing the torch kind of role, so, you know, so that shit's awesome. That's it.
I just want to say one more thing before we move off about the sweep, about the ongoing sweep. I want to give everyone a little round of applause. Your Moebius shit posts unironically cost Sony millions of dollars.
There you go.
It is the most effective use of social media to fuck with rich people ever. And you all did a great job.
At the same time, Jared is like, can I get in on the joke?
And now it's dead.
Mm-hmm. No, you said something earlier because I was trying to just remember all the things to bring up for this, but when you're talking about the sun never sets on the British Empire,
right?
And it's like, yeah, like you want to talk about like the absolute cowards that use subtext, and then the Chads that have that logo emblazoned in gold, and then a splat of blood lands on it.
Love it.
You know? And you're just like,
I love it.
Like, you have to imagine yourself in a theater with the pop-off happening around you as you watch RRR. That's the thing.
You know what I want? You know what I want very badly? I want, like, somebody's 68-year-old British mum to sit down for tea and watch RRR. And I want to hear like, oh dear, oh no, Wait, that's Australian.
Yeah, that's getting a little more. So no, just like goodness.
Oh dear, why is he? Oh no, well that's not very nice.
You're getting Australian again.
You know what? I don't care anymore. I don't care. I have to say, me and Paige have had this moment where we saw some stupid video in which this lady asks Australians how they pronounce the Powerpuff Girl villain Mojo Jojo's name, and asks, is it Marjar Jar Jar?
Right.
And have been walking around going Arnar for like weeks now.
Nah. Yeah. Okay, so RRR. All right, that's 1. 2.
That's 1. Okay, 2. Got it.
2. Vampire fucking survivors, man.
Oh shit!
God damn, I'm in. That shit is really
addictive. It's my
addictive.
favorite slot machine.
It's so fucking addictive, dude. It is such a dumb time waster, and holy shit.
Like,
holy
do you now
shit,
understand why I had difficulty explaining it to you? Because like, there's no game there,
There's
but I
no
couldn't
game.
stop playing it.
There's
I have
no
every
game.
achievement. I have every achievement in that game.
It's fucking...
And patches come out, and they add achievements, and people go in and bang them out that afternoon.
It's progress quests. It's you know what I mean? Like, it's the most non-game, but it's still just like,
yeah,
oh, shit.
But dude, if you get enough gold, you can buy a second duplicator.
and I can choose to pick this build that's gonna be garlic based instead of a build that is based on
I like garlic-based builds.
The garlic-based build is fucking sick.
You get the garlic and the holy water.
Yeah.
Then you get the arcana that increases area at random intervals.
So I think I've gotten to the third area and I've unlocked about like 5 characters or so.
Okay, dude, there is actually like so much in that game now.
Yeah. Yeah.
There are like 30 characters and 8 stages, and like so I say I maxed out the achievement list. Every achievement gives you something. It gives you a thing to play with.
I got so that's the thing, is like, yeah, I upgraded. I got the whip to be upgraded to the bloody tear, right? Which the names are not fucking, they're not even trying,
Oh, they're not.
I mean, it's fucking Photoshop Bayonetta is still there and whatever, but yeah.
Did you unlock Photoshop Bayonetta?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, do you know why now that I know, do you know why Photoshop Bayonetta is Photoshop Bayonetta?
No.
Because that character starts with 2 built-in default weapons that are 2 pairs of handguns that fire in 4 directions at once.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
And when you upgrade that, it turns into a beam weapon like the Bazillions.
Then yes, Photoshop Bayonetta is accurate. No, I did that, and I upgraded the axe into the sword, and I got those new weapons. I'm like, oh shit, okay, I can do real damage now. And at the end of your run, it shows you which thing did the most DPS.
Yeah.
So that you can optimize for next time. And so yeah,
but it's not just about DPS. Sometimes it's about push.
For sure, yeah. So I'm realizing that, especially when like there's the kill wave is what I'm gonna call it, because I feel like stage 1, 11 minutes, you hit a kill wave. Right?
Yeah, no,
Stage 2, 24 minutes.
Every part of it is timed.
Mm-hmm. And then, like, once the kill wave comes through, if you're not doing enough damage to move through everything, fuck you. Yeah. And that's where Garlic starts to fucking tank you, right? Because Garlic is good at first for getting nice and early levels, but then Garlic starts fucking up when you have shit that's not going to die in one touch.
Well, see, here's the thing. Here's where it matters, because you start the game and you're playing it and you're like, the active weapons are what I really have to care about. No, it's the passive buffs. So first of all, you need to go to library, and you need to realize that the empty tome is off to the left side of the stage for free.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And if you wait until you have your passives full and get that empty tome, it's free. You just add it on to the end. It's bonus, right? And then you start going like, okay, well, Garlic doesn't really cut it near the end. Well, here's the thing. Garlic plus area plus damage plus empty tome, which actually makes Garlic able to hit more times a second.
More frequently,
It turns the cooldown. All of a sudden, DPS skyrockets.
Okay, right, yep. And then
you have to figure out which one it is.
Mm-hmm. The build clear, the screen clear, the sigil nuke, right? Like, nice, but like, what's the cooldown, right? It's like, okay, well, get the level it up, drop 10 seconds off of that, get it more frequently. Kills all your upgrades though. Fuck. Okay, but still might keep you alive in some cases, So
the pentagram is one of those. It's like it's one of the ones you absolutely must build around, mandatory, because it erases all the gems, right? But if you get it to max level, it only erases gems maybe 20% of the time. But its final upgrade is that it is constantly going off and doesn't remove any items at all.
Okay, yeah, there you go. That, of course, right?
It's going off with like an extra effect like every 10 seconds.
I was kind of fucking around and didn't realize until more recent build attempts how good luck is, because luck lets you get more items on screen.
100%.
And I was like, fuck me, man. Like,
so there's a good reason to go cross. Right?
You
go cross, and cross combines with Clover to make sword, but then Clover gives you the extra choices for the rest of your build.
And overall, you get more healing, right? Like you get more...
you get more of the screen clears, you get more gold, you get more all that stuff. So there are. So you're on level 3, right?
I'm on I just got to the 3rd level where you go up and down, and I picked up the item there that was what was it? Was it a free res? It was either
Maybe.
a free resurrection or something like that. But yeah.
So, starting with the
the
fourth
map.
floor,
It was a map. I picked up the map. Yeah.
Getting the map is good. So if you get to the 4th floor, there's another entire set of mechanics there to unlock, and then all of the bonus stages have a series of mechanics to add. And as you keep going and playing your characters, so you'll get a character, and the character will have a new type of weapon, and then you get that character to level 99 in a run, and now the weapon is available for everyone.
I'm gonna assume the answer is yes, but you can create a build that just becomes infinite lasting, right? Like the stage. Is there an ending point ever, or can you just sit?
Did you hit 30 minutes on anything?
I guess once. No, I hit 40. No, did I?
You would know if you hit 30 minutes.
I unlocked achievements for hitting 20 minutes, and then I think so.
So here's what happens. At exactly 30 minutes, every enemy disappears, except for one, which is Red Death.
Okay, then I didn't do it yet.
And then Red Death comes and insta-kills you in a single shot.
Gotcha, okay.
However, if you play for long enough and you figure it out,
you can.
I had a game that I walked away from for like an hour.
Yeah, okay.
And just came back and was like, yeah, this is good enough. I probably got all the length-based achievements.
Yeah, okay. I definitely didn't go long enough to see that, but I was conflating. I was thinking because I got over level 30. I got to level.
Yeah.
I got to level. I think my highest level was like 42 or so at one point, and like that was a decent ratio.
You can eventually, if you go hard and long enough on this game, get to the point where there is a build you can make in which the game will be unable to kill you, and you will have to quit.
Damn. Sick.
But that road is at the end of maxing out all content. Also, when you look at the patch notes constantly, overtly, hugely lie. There was a patch he put out in which he's like, it's going to be a really small drop this week. All I added was one bonus stage and a couple new achievements. And then you get in there, and it's the largest content drop the game has ever received. It has multiple levels and new characters and weapons.
I mean, dude, like, it looks like shit. It runs like shit. It fucking... half the time, the controller stops being detected.
So, hey, by the way, it doesn't actually run like shit. You unlock hurry mode, which doubles the game speed, and it doubles the slowdown in the stage.
One of the launchers...
like, when there's enough enemies, it's game speed stupid shit is changing. Like, it's...
Okay. I did see one of the launchers is, like, experimental speed fix launch of the game.
I use the one with Steam Overlay, and I use my controller for that.
But, like, it's fucking... the window just like if you lose attention from the window or if the controller anything happens, it'll just stop working. You know, like and I've had like weird shit like that occur. I do like it that you can refund your permanent upgrades and
it's important because
spend elsewhere.
Hey, I don't know what permanent upgrades you put money into right now.
I tried out a couple different tries to see what I like.
Duplicator is like #1 with a bullet. It's not even close. And then after that is damage.
Yeah, I like the fact that I can refund, and try out different things to see what works. Is really nice. But just this is an example where just like it doesn't matter what you're looking at or like how it plays. It's just is the core element of what you're doing. Like, are you having fun watching the number go up? Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Then that's it.
And then as you play more, you get into the strategy. Because you know what my favorite unlock in that game is? My favorite unlock is a power-up, which is reroll. You get to instead of upgrading like 10% power or 10% area, you get to buy 5 rerolls per stage.
Oh.
And you get to buy skips, in which it's not a reroll, but it just skips the level in general, so it doesn't lock you in.
Okay.
And then the best one is Banish, where you look at a thing and I want you to stop coming up in the rotation.
Oh, okay.
And the trick with that is I think it's the pentagram. The fucking upgrade for the passive upgrade for the pentagram requires like enemies to become stronger, but you only need 1 level. So what you do is you get the 1 level, and the next time it shows up, you banish it so that it never shows back up in the leveling path.
Okay, or you re-roll the ones you're looking at.
Yeah,
right. That's what the option. Okay.
So you get to the point playing it that you're starting like, oh, I'm gonna have a really good run. I'm gonna do 40 minutes or whatever, and you start in and get the first level and go reroll. Didn't get any of the ones I wanted. Start over.
What determines whether you get a chest with 1, 3, or 5 items?
Luck has a proportion to do with it.
Okay.
And luck has the other proportion.
Because one time I got one that went from 3 to 5, and I was like, "Oh fuck!"
One is numerical luck, and the other is actual luck.
Okay. So any chest is possible. It's not the enemy that drops it.
Could be anything. But here's the really important thing. The most important thing to know about chests is they can upgrade anything, but only chests are where you're going to get the evolved weapons.
But it'll show you the requirement though, right? Like I saw the whip, the bloody tear was like you have to get the plus 20% life in order to
show you the requirement if you've gotten it once.
Okay.
So like whip goes with hollow heart, right? And it shows you that when you get those items now because you've unlocked the bloody tear.
But do I still have to get hollow heart to enable bloody tear?
Yes,
after
every
that?
time.
Yeah,
but that's just to be like, oh, remember this?
Yeah.
But like you have to discover all the weapon evolutions on your own.
But if I don't want hollow heart after that, then I'd have to learn to banish it.
But, well, no, it wouldn't. It would still take up a slot. So fucking get it. The only ones that are worth banishing are ones you don't have and definitely don't want, or the curse up ones if you don't want the extra curse.
Okay.
So if you're running something and you're absolutely certain that with the build you don't want area, banish Candelabra. Get out of here.
And you get.
If you're playing on a level in which the Candelabra, I think level 3 has it, the Candelabra is on the level, and you can just walk over to it, banish the Candelabra from the rolls so that you can make sure you get the other passes before you get there.
Once you pick it up in the level, it then enters the rotation again, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So just make sure to get all your pickups after you've maxed out the passives.
Yeah,
because you can get like 2 or 3 extra passives.
That was the one thing I was uncertain about. Was like I unlocked level 2, but like I was like, I guess you just have to survive long enough to unlock the next level. But I didn't feel like I beat level 1. So
wait, hold on. It prevents upgrades.
When you walk up,
because you can't level it up after getting it. Oh, okay. Don't banish anything you're going to use, even if it is on the stage.
Okay. Because when you walk up to the book, it says, "Do you want to pick it up or discard it?" Right?
Yeah. Well, and you would always want to pick it up. There's no reason to ever not pick it up.
But that's the thing is, yeah, I kind of was like, okay, so I've unlocked level 2, but like I don't feel like I'm done with level 1 certainly. And I was like, by pushing further in, you get achievements that unlock new characters and stuff. So I was kind of just like, I guess what I was waiting to figure out is like, okay, when do you know you're done with this level? But that half an hour mark seems to be
it kills you outright.
Yeah.
And you need to build your character in a very, 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 very specific, fancy way, which requires a shit zillion upgrades to survive the end of the level.
But otherwise, before that point, just like collect.
Hey, you made it to 30 minutes! Yay!
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Fuck. That shit is just damn, dude. Brain off. Walk around, dodge the enemies, and just try to get higher DPS. Yeah.
I streamed that game a couple times, and every run has the same moment where chat just starts going, bit rate, because the game becomes like complete soup. Like it's like you sitting there playing it is basically impossible to read, but via a stream it just becomes actual soup.
Well, that's what I'm waiting for, the inevitable, like, just when you play fucking insane shmups, like when you play like like anything that is
like
just
a Toho game or something like that.
Yeah, but anything bullet hell, but then you have firepower that is also screen clearing and insane, and just I'm waiting for that level of like nonsense to come out of me, and I can see it starting, but I haven't gotten there yet.
Okay, so here's the progression, right? Right now, make it to 30 minutes and die. Hooray, right? Next step, discover all currently available weapon evolutions so that you can start and get the whole row of weapon evolutions, right? Probably the best one to start is garlic, holy water, Bible, axe, whip, right? Just get off of me. Just get through this.
Yeah.
After that is build up your character. After that is go find the secret mechanics in areas.
Yeah.
After that, go build up that stuff. And that once you hit that point, it's time to go into the unlocks tree and go, time to start banging every single one of these out because they're all going to give me something.
I mean, I like the fact that I stuck my head into like a couple of build things and saw some possibilities. Like one that was just like a regen build where it's like, you can't hurt me faster than I'm gonna heal. Until the wave of enemies in this stage that happens to do insane touch damage comes through, and then you're gonna die, or combining high regen with the leaf or whatever, the fern, the
laurel,
right, that gives you iframes, and then putting garlic on, and then just walking into the mob, So
one of the things that happens is that the game will come out with a new weapon with a new character, and it'll be a cool new weapon, and you're like, cool, and then but it doesn't have an evolution, and then a patch or two down the line they'll add, hey, did you know that if you unlock this and unlock this, that this old weapon actually has an evolution now, and it's fucking busted.
Okay. Yeah.
And there's all sorts of shit you can unlock. You can unlock a fucking card that will give you 4 lives, and every time you die, you get 10% stronger.
Sure. Some of those characters seem so like. Some of those characters are just like feel busted immediately, and others are just like.
Oh, Wooly, you don't even know. Every row of characters is mechanically more busted than the one above them.
Okay, because I'm like, why would you ever go back after picking?
Because the first 4 or 5 characters, you're like, adds a cooldown speed up until level 30, adds this. Then you start to get characters near the middle that have their own projectiles that don't combine with anything, but they start with natural duplicates, or they start throwing out duplicate attacks per level. And then you go another row below, and you have characters that are 1% power or area per level, infinite, with no cap.
I mean, I just got the winged demon dude that's like has a free regen every 30 levels and walks
Azada?
and has 200% walking speed or whatever.
Yeah. Okay. You're gonna want to.
I'm like, this is fucking crazy.
You're going to want to level 99 that guy, because that doing so unlocks the card that lets everyone else have that ability.
Okay. It felt insane. This is so good compared to anything else right now, And the other character that like starts with all their moves scaled up to max size for like 3 levels or 1 minute or whatever it is. Yeah. That shit too is like you just get fast levels right away with these bomb drops,
and then when you get to the point where you're unlocking secret characters that just start off 10 times stronger than any of the other ones can get.
Sure. Yeah. So no, man, fucking hell, like that thing. that is a proper time waster. It is a cookie clicker that is doing its job. And
Vampire Survivors, 47.3 hours, 105 out of 105 achievements. So that
damn.
there's your timeline.
Doesn't deserve like should not land and be as good as it is, but just fucking kills it.
And it costs $2.99.
And it looks like less.
Oh yeah.
Xbox Live indie games level in terms of what you're seeing here, but goddamn.
It is the absolute best example of like the triumph of the solo indie developer I've seen in years and years.
Well, you need something like this to like slap down on a boardroom desk and watch people just lose their minds going, but how, what? You try,
and I'm at a place right now after playing so much of it, it's at like version 0.6 or whatever, and I'm like, the game feels completely finished right now. Like, I genuinely don't know, unless he just adds like 10 more weapons and 5 new levels, which I guess they totally could. There's nothing stopping them.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna make the axe. The axe goes like this, and it's got a 10 pixel asset. What is there to? There's another patch in a few. Thursday, there's a new update.
There you go. Right?
What's it gonna have?
Like, just have that. In the meantime, like, you're spending what on Tress FX? You're putting how much together for this complete nothing, unneeded feature for this massive quadruple A experience?
It's going to add stage 5 as well as a new weapon and power-ups, and it's
sure. Excellent. Perfect.
2 new Arcanas, 1 new weapon, 1 new power-up. That could be anything. That could be anything.
Someone's gonna steal this and just make it like slightly prettier, and just like, and it's gonna be. You're gonna miss. You're gonna miss it. You're gonna lose the spirit. I think. It's ripe for stealing.
It is a perfect formula. It is absolute. So
yeah.
I can't get. I can't.
Oh, of course they already did. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, exactly.
I can't confirm this. I've seen people speculate that the gentleman who makes this used to make slot machines.
Ooh. Mm-hmm.
And it's one of those things, like, even if it's not true, which it might not be, I believe it, because the game's a fucking slot machine.
I mean, like, is every single sprite just a modified Castlevania sprite? Like, or is it
no,
100%?
They are all technically unique.
Because I don't know Castlevania well enough to recognize everything when I see it.
They are okay. Wooly, do you remember when we would commission legally distinct like music for videos back at the old channel that sounded incredibly similar, but they weren't because they were actually completely new?
Yep. Okay.
That's this.
There you go. Okay. Yeah. No, man. It worked. I'm in on that. I can, and you know what? Here's when you know it's like it's dangerous and it's doing its job is like I would take what I call Teppen time, and I'm like, I feel like playing Vamp Survivors instead, right? Times where I'd be like,
100%.
let me get a match of Teppen in. I'd be like, let me get a run of V-Serve in.
Yeah, no. The reason why I banged out all the achievements in that game was that because I was like, do I want to do? You know what I could do? I could bang out 30 minutes of Vampire Survivors, and then, by the way, you unlock a mode called Hurry Mode, which just doubles the clock.
Yeah. Okay.
So that it's now 15-minute runs.
Uh, yeah, no. So good shit coming off of that. Fucking all right. Vamp serve. Good shit. What else? Played Kamen Rider Super Climax Heroes this weekend.
I think I rated you while you were doing that.
Yeah, I think so. And
I was like, is this motherfucker playing Kamen Rider?
I'm playing some Kamen Rider. Yeah. And I need a better fucking like thing for notifications. I kind of because I've missed a bunch.
Rates are hard to see.
So I've missed a bunch, especially since I'm like focused for the YouTube purposes, you know, like as well. What I've done is I've made a notification that just pops up a little Woolly Versus logo in the corner of the screen, and I'll kind of like if I see that, I'll be like, oh, okay, someone in the last 5 minutes did, and I'll try to take notice. But
so like when sometimes when people raid me, everybody in chat goes, "Hey, you're being fucking raided by." It's like, okay, well that works. But then other times I'll be like ending the stream and like thanking somebody and just scrolling through the stream elements thing and be like, "Oh, somebody raided me 22 minutes into the stream and they're gone."
Exactly,
they're super gone.
Exactly. Yeah, I got that with what were we playing? With something the other day, and it was just like, the fucking the beta for Multiverses, like, you know, and just like I'm like, shit, sorry, not to be rude, just didn't usually we're just thinking YouTube focused, and two, like I didn't see that, so gotta figure that out. People yelling usually does work though, admittedly, but not if they're fucking locked in emote mode.
Wow, giant bomb just disintegrated. Jeff just left giant bomb.
I saw that popping up in the chat as we were going. I was gonna take a look on break and see if we could throw that on and see what's going on. But
what's going on is 19 minutes ago. He says, "Today's my last day."
Okay.
No longer any reason to ever listen to their podcast ever again. Good for us. Unless he starts a new podcast again. Oh no.
I assume there's like still stuff going on. Like that's the announcement. The announcement is that he's leaving, right? Not that.
And then he's like, "Hey, follow me on Twitch." Yeah.
Okay. For a second,
I'm saying Giant Bomb is disintegrating.
I see. Okay, gotcha. I was a little confused. Okay. Huh. All right. Well, that's breaking news. What was I even in the middle of talking about? Kamen Rider is fun. It's a game that puts all the riders in it, and then it says, "Hey, do you want to do some rider kicks?" And then you do the rider kicks, and then it does the sounds of when you do the rider kicks. "Hey, do you want to clock up?" And hear the voice that goes "clock up." Then you do that, and it's like, yeah. And what's particularly fun too with the version we played, because it's been a franchise kind of like any Naruto fighting game series that's been ongoing and stuff, where it adds more and more new generations, new characters, new eras, etc. as time goes on. So the latest ones that are out have the newer riders from the Reiwa era that started recently, but that means that like you're gonna miss out on some older generation stuff, and so playing Super, we got to include the Showa and Heisei, so like that's all the like original riders, the Ichigo and Nigo and all the cool original stuff, and then the era that we saw a bit more of, which is the Heisei, like Kabuto and Double and all that stuff era as well. So playing it, we got to when you get the Showa riders in there, when they do their special effects and their rider kicks, like the game puts on a fucking film grain filter, and like when you land a rider kick, it pauses and does the full explanation of what a rider kick is, and when you like the full narration of like a 70s style finishing attack, like it's pretty fucking sick. And thankfully, as well, there's fan patches out there to take the Japanese games and get some more English in them with like the name translations and just a couple of texture replacements to get some more English in there. So between that and a full save file, had a pretty good time. No Gaim,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
I saw some talking of. Is that game online or?
No, it's a Wii game.
Oh, that's weird because I saw somebody mentioning somewhere like the first rage quit ever on getting the fighting games,
Yeah,
but I didn't know what that was about.
oh no, that was different. So after we enjoyed Kamen Rider and had a good time with that, where not a single incorrect fact was stated for the entire episode. We were correct factually about everything the entire time. Not one mistake. Anyway, no. We after we played Kamen Rider and had a good time, we switched over to Shrek Super Slam, which I don't know if you remember the term crumpet dashing.
I vividly remember it to the point where I remember hearing it for the first time in Buffalo.
So we played Shrek Super Slam a couple years back because we discovered that there's a competitive Shrek scene for the Shrek fighting game that turned out to, once all the lulls were had, actually have tech in it, because whether intentional or unintentional, they made a game where movement options could be canceled into each other aggressively, which leads to air dashing, into canceled blocking, into re-jumps.
All sorts of stupid shit.
So crumpet dashing and onion drops and no dashing and all kinds of wild shit are real tech that you can look up, which then created a meta, which created a competitive scene, which has a rule set and regularly runs tournaments and events, right? So Shrek Super Slam, which you can, I mean, there's a Discord community. There's, I believe, there's Shrek boards for where you can go for more and whatnot. They have a tier list they put out, which last time we checked and updated it, Red Riding Hood was considered SS class, SS plus, like
I remember
unbelievable. She's now banned. And digging into the whys and the hows, I can completely Red Riding Hood should be banned. I can feel it. I can see it. It's insane. It's just completely unfair. She has the ability to essentially do a charged apple toss that hits you 3 times in a row. She can do it to you OTG. So when she throws you once and you're in the corner, she hits you with the apples, and then she can re-grab you. And once you fucking re-grab, you can just do that as much as you want until you build up a full meter. And this is like PlayStation All-Stars, where the only way to get a kill is when you hit them with a super. So free kills, right? It's called touch to slam, right? You can get touch to slammed by Red Riding Hood pretty badly. Others can do it too, but hers are insane. So there's that. And then someone has recently been working on an HD remaster, which does a texture replacement, so you can get crisper textures on all the characters. Shrek's vest looks a little bit better. The crumbles on Gingerbread Man, you know, a lot of that shit is a little. There's a good texture replacement pack. So yeah, Shrek Super Slam HD remastered. You know, there's shit happening. There's an active scene, and we got in there. You know, we played and we did it. Of course, nothing reminds you of the era you're in stronger than going to the settings screen, and the bottom option of the Activision game is a trailer for the game Over the Hedge, lest you forget the film brought to you by the creators of Madagascar and Shrek.
Man, I don't remember that at all.
Over the Hedge with the squirrel and the other one and the rabbit animals doing cute animal things.
I got nothing for you on Over the Hedge.
Well, it doesn't matter. Point remains, fucking Shrek is legit. It's real. And any game that, whether on purpose or accident, allows you to have too many movement canceling options will become competitive.
Yeah.
Undeniably. That's the most important thing. It doesn't matter what else is happening in the game. If I can like cancel my air dashes into cancelable shielding, into cancelable double jumps, into cancelable wall jumps, we've got a match, we've got a meta, we've got a game we can play. You know, it's real. Shrek Super Slam is real. So that we took a look at that. It was a good time, and that's gonna be coming out soon as well. On Get Into Fighting Games on Woolly Versus. The HD remaster in particular, you might need to, adjust some settings once you install it, but I was able to install it and get the HD shit. And also, you want to get yourself a save file to unlock the rest of the cast.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, definitely. You want to do that.
There's bad stages though. Some stages are, have too much interference, so you gotta check the rule set on Shrek boards as well. That's what's up. You can watch the episode and find out more about what to do there and everything. And thankfully, no copyright music issues. I don't think.
Weird.
I don't think.
I would have figured there'd be something.
All Star didn't play, so it seems like it's all just Shrek-like music, but not actually Shrek music. So I think we're gonna be okay on that. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Hey, let me ask you, how's your KOTOR 2 LP doing?
Over?
Yeah. Is it not happening to your channel?
Ooh.
Fucking Universal Media Group fucking blocked like 16 of my fucking KOTOR 2 videos because of music.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
That LP is dead on my channel.
No. I don't think I've had anything.
Weird.
Let me take a quick look. I haven't got flagged.
Huh, lucky you, I guess.
Okay.
That's what I get for letting the music breathe.
Now, admittedly, part of what Min does is when he doesn't upload and if he sees something gets flagged, he can pull it off, and because we separate the game track from my voice track, he can mute the game or replace the game audio to avoid that problem on YouTube, right? So part of the big convoluted setup of not just dumping the VODs on YouTube allows us to do things like keep my voice and mute the actual YouTube the gameplay footage.
Yeah, what's weird though is that it was completely fine up until like last week.
Yeah, okay.
And then all of a sudden they all just like exploded.
Probably because of new licensing shit gets uploaded.
I was under the assumption that it was because of the Obi-Wan TV show. Which I found out more about what happens in that TV show. Wow, does that not need to exist at all? Holy shit.
FF6 was running into a lot of problems with Search for Friends, right? The main theme of
really?
of World of Ruin. Yeah. So over the course of that, fine streaming, but then the moment you upload that, by default it gets claimed. So then we replaced it with basically like we had covers and different versions of it, replacing the music. So, yeah, it's interesting. I don't know. I'm hearing. It's a Star Wars show, so it's not surprising. But I'm hearing mixed things. I'm hearing some people basically I'm hearing some people say Obi-Wan is dog shit. I'm hearing some people say, yo, it's really good. Right.
Yeah, I'm not going to make a value judgment on that because I haven't seen it. But what I will say is that it's very obvious that it doesn't need to exist. The argument, obviously, like, I really like the Red Letter Media reviews, and thus anything that I say that would agree with that is going to be say, well, why don't you just have Mike make your own opinion for you, yada yada yada. But it is really funny to me that the Obi-Wan show is like literally a bit from a Red Letter Media review in which it would have been so easy to just have baby Han Solo walk out and then have characters hang out and have them say, I'm baby Han Solo, because that's actually unironically literally what the new Obi-Wan show is.
Right.
Instead of Han Solo, though, it's Leia. Did you know that Obi-Wan and Leia hung out like a shit ton when she was a little girl? And they actually knew each other really well? And they had a whole adventure? Go fuck yourself. That's stupid.
It reminds me of the the Gotham show where it's just like young Bruce is just hanging around, showing up. That, you know, we're just gonna have tons and tons of eventful things happening in young Bruce's life, where it seems like it's one of those things where you're like, if the kid's life was that eventful from the start, like the turn is not even a surprise at that point. In a way, it's just kind of wild to retcon that much. But and I think they had like proto Joker in that as well. Anyway, I don't know. They did it for Smallville, and it worked for a bit, and then the show didn't stop after 1 or 2 seasons where the original writers wanted it to, and then.
So I think I want to clarify something here, because I'm seeing some folks going like, "Pat, you dumbass! She obviously knew him in A New Hope." I'm like, yeah, that's my point. That's all you needed. Oh, they knew each other. You don't need a story to go back and go over every single fucking millisecond of every character's life and explain how every single interaction and fucking thing. Oh, because of that. Oh, like filling in the blanks sucks.
So, again, as someone who hasn't seen it, I know that like a lot of what I initially was thinking about Clone Wars was like, that's years of blank filling, right?
Yeah.
Seasons upon seasons of filling in the blanks there, which, I was surprised to find out there were quality stories in there and bits and pieces that, people were pretty happy with overall in their contributions to things. Mm-hmm. So I don't automatically look at a spinoff that fills in the blanks and wave it off. It depends on how it's done in each case, I suppose. So.
I'm going to use a different example that people are going to be very mad at, but they're wrong. And it's okay that they're wrong. You know what was a great ending to a story, and then it gave you everything you needed to understand about how it would lead to its own character in the future? Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater.
Mm-hmm.
And did you know that they released games that took place in between Snake Eater and Metal Gear 1? And every single time they dove in to anything to do with that character's motivations, it fucking sucked.
Didn't need to
compared to having it just be there.
Didn't
Peace
need to be there.
Walker is so bad. I
completely didn't need to be there.
Peace Walker so much.
And Paz has to show up because Paz matters. But like, yep. The finale of Snake Eater tells you everything you need to know and lets you mentally fill in those blanks. Absolutely, I do.
I'm sorry, I can't listen. My mentor figure, I had to kill her, and I'm so sad. I'm depressed. I was abused by the government. I'm disillusioned. I'm horrible. But first, you need to hear about that time I went on a date at the beach with a girl I thought I was 13.
So I think like some of
it's okay, boss. She was actually an adult. Like, fuck off.
Some of the fleshing out of stuff as you go into those games is like there's bits and pieces you can take, like everything with like fucking the wildness of like Huey and is just the entire fucked up Emmerich family. Just the more you find out, the worse it gets.
How am I supposed to understand why Boss went bad unless I hear about pussy bombs?
But the boss, the boss is the thing that I feel like is that like that's one where you're like, oh god damn, it's such a delicate matter because of how well established the poor point was at the end of Snake Eater. Absolutely, but. But like in the Star Wars context, right? You're dealing with a setting where there's tons of shit that makes no sense, and even the ones we like anyway. So
it's a story that takes place in a full industrialized galaxy that somehow always ends up revolving around the same like 40 people. Trillions upon trillions of lives, and it's always the same 5 guys.
Which is why
it makes the setting so stupid.
And it makes Kreia extremely right. It makes her super right. God bless. Ah. Love you, Granny. You're insane.
Rey being related to Palpatine is like the worst thing that ever happened to the series. Rian Johnson was right about one thing, and have the character be a nobody. Is it Ryan? Why is he spelled like that? That's weird.
I don't know. It happens.
Oh. You remember Oscar Isaac standing there going, like, just wiping his brow and goes, somehow Palpatine returned. Anyway.
So I usually whatever, I get like algorithm feed, but I got algorithm recommended a 9-minute video of God, what the fuck is wrong with me? Shit. Mark Hamill shitting on Star Wars for 9 minutes straight.
Yeah.
And it's just everything from The Force Awakens going forward, with him just being like at first he's just like grunting out his thoughts, and then at some points he's just like, and he just goes full-throated on it and goes, oh god damn it, there's cameras around, aren't there? Ah, fuck, whatever, what are they gonna do, you know? Like, you know, and just like it's just a solid 10 minutes of him just losing it, you know, or not even losing it, but just being very like sarcastic about everything happening in the new trilogy. And it was a fun watch. I very much enjoyed it. And then like in some cases they kept in just enough to have like him say something, and then everyone in the audience just laughs, and then like a producer grabs the mic and goes, well, what we need to say is that Luke plays a very pivotal role in the upcoming films. And just the spin that has to happen right afterwards. It's fucking great.
You know what it reminds me of? This whole fucking thing. This whole fucking everything to do with Star Wars and filling in the blanks. It reminds me of the official fucking Star Wars Twitter account posting. Did you know that a legion of slave cultists helped build the Death Star underneath that ocean planet for Palpatine? And then Elijah Wood goes, no, because it's not in the movie. How would we know that?
Right.
Why didn't you just tell us in the movie?
Yeah.
Like,
God, what was the bit? Yeah, no, like the main it looks like we got some connection issues going on here.
Don't worry about it. How'd Frodo get to Mount Doom? Oh, I can answer that by the mile, says Frodo. Because you saw it in the movie.
The main issue he seems to have too is kind of like, why would the same fucker that abandoned his hero training to go help his friends now completely do the opposite and go, fuck that, I'm not gonna go help my friends, especially when they're actually gonna die for real, right? We've established that he's willing to break the rules and not listen to anything he's supposed to because he cares about his friends, and now he's suddenly not gonna be that person.
Forget that, dude. Hey, you know that character that would rather literally be tortured alive by lightning rather than stab the most evil person in the world? What if I just murdered my nephew in his bed because I had a bad dream?
And don't forget too that in an almost anime-like way, killing the villain, it's not the killing that matters, it's what's in your heart when you do the killing that determines the outcome.
Yeah.
It's a good kill. A righteous kill.
Man. I felt sad about that kill, so it's okay.
that kill did not have the Satsui no Hado in it.
Yeah.
It was the power of Mu. Yeah, that's how she did it. It's
fucking hate Star Wars so much. which sucks because as a child I liked it.
I still like stuff.
I like the part where they have a laser sword. That's my favorite part.
I like the part where the old lady says, if you have a laser sword, fuck you. You're ruining everything. People are trying to live, assholes. Why do you get to be the main characters of the fucking universe? You stupid fucking jerks. I hate you. I hate you all so much.
I actually think my favorite anything in Star Wars is talking to Adin right away in KOTOR 2, where you're like, it wasn't a Jedi Civil War, it was the Sith. And he's like, who cares?
Yeah. Like, do you stupid think, fucking religious space wizards having your dumb bickering fights?
Like, you're always fighting and there's millions of dead people. Like, who cares?
Yeah.
Oh, it was not the other Jedi, it's the Sith. Like, you're all magic, you all have laser swords, it's the same.
Right? Like, I'm running away from my exploding house because of your stupid battles. Like, who's causing the explosion? Who's shooting from what? Like, what the fuck off? You know? Like, yeah. Or worse, your entire planet is held hostage.
So
anyway.
Stupid.
Yeah, so that's all going down. But anyway, yeah, so more to come. Shrek, Kamen Rider videos should be dropping this week over on OlliOlli Versus. Not to mention, of course, Mass Effect continues, running into some unforeseen difficulties with Reggie's command.
What's that?
Of Shepard.
What's that?
Like, if you can imagine the entirety of Mass Effect 1 with a version of Shepard that just has his dick out the entire time.
I can.
Then this is kind of that. It's kind of a problem. It's becoming really uncomfortable really quick.
Hey, let me tell you, that universe is ready for that playthrough.
It is. But when it's not, it gets real weird. But yes, that's
just make sure to shoot every Batarian you see. That's all I have to say.
Gotta find out more there. But
they're bad.
The fucking just put a little mosaic down at the crotch of the N7 suit, and that's Reggie running through that universe. Not that, and the weirdness that is like endless amounts of glass him moments where it's like, okay, I'm gonna do the thing that is clearly the bad thing, and then when it happens and goes way harder than I expected the bad thing to go,
much harder, I'm
gonna be super shocked by the outcome, and then I'm gonna awkwardly try to roll with it as if that was my intention.
So that's what I'm talking about, of like the Shepard Blue and Shepard Red. It's like they're fucking different people entirely.
Yeah. You know, like one of the early conflict, like fucking, you know, go down and do the fist fight.
Yeah.
You know, and then at the conclusion of that, it's just like, okay, so how's this gonna go? And then Reggie picks the option to end it as quickly as possible, and it's just like, oh my god, wait. Yeah, that's what you get. And just has to yes and it.
So fun fact: if you bring Rex with you, you get to talk to Fist for about 2 seconds, and then Rex just walks up in the middle of the conversation and blows him away with a shotgun.
There you go. Yeah,
and you just go, "What are you doing?" He's like, "I just shot him."
Yes,
I killed him.
Yes. And have I done this same thing over the years that we've been recording? Of course I have, infinite times, but now we get to watch Reggie do it.
Yeah, it's weird. Like, let me tell you, when I was going through those games relatively recently, I think I was just doing every filthy fucking sex joke possible because the games give you all the information you would need. There are long-term exhaustive codex and player discussions in which you can discuss the fucking sexual health of people on your team. Like, it's all in there. They knew what they were doing.
I mean, like, the mention of the resurrection of the Reapers was immediately followed by, do the parts fit? Like, what,
no, they're too big.
What do we? Well, we don't know yet, right? But the fucking like, just like, oh god, oh, this is bad energy. This is bad. This is not. This is gonna be a problem. Shepard with the dick out saves the universe. Yeah. You know, what if you stick just the tip into a mass relay?
You wouldn't want that to happen.
Just,
you wouldn't like that.
You activate a dormant mass relay, and you just lean in and just the
it would blow your fucking dick off, Wooly.
And a long, dormant, unknown race from the furthest reaches of an unknown galaxy see the relay turn on and see one thing just sticking out the middle. That is Red Shepard.
Wooly, it's not a teleporter. It's a fucking rail gun. You'd just be firing the tip of your dick off so they would see the head floating by.
Yeah. Use the Mass Effect just on the tip. For one brief moment, it would be glorious and horrible. And then the race that was on the other side were probably not going to attack, but now they're going to attack.
They're going to have to attack.
Anyway, all right. That's all good. We're having a good time. And also, just for any that are curious, yeah, you'll probably have noticed with like the more recent episodes, but like this is going to be definitely a little bit more of a I guess a silent feeling LP in a way, because I'm really leaning back and letting Reggie take the reins on it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm jumping in for little quips, little you know, bits here and there, but like it's his decisions. He's controlling the pace and the flow of things, you know. So if it feels a little different, that's why.
I'm having something similar going on with doing iSomnium files, and it's like, what's the mystery? All right, time to fucking sit back, and occasionally I'm gonna hit the X button to keep the conversation going.
Game's gonna talk to itself.
Eyeballs, huh? Ooh, because you can see.
Yeah, so there's that, and of course, you know, good old Elden Ring, good times as usual. We're moving.
You going up to Volcano or what? What are you doing now?
I'm gonna go clean up before Volcano. I'm gonna go clean up some of the areas that I have visited, but I haven't completely cleared out.
That's smart.
Yeah, because I feel like there's a like, yeah, I can see it's like, okay, walk out of the capital, start the rest of this. And I'm like, let's finish the cleanup behind us. So we're doing that. So yeah, over on Woolly Versus, all that's coming. Yeah, and just a heads up though, get into fighting games. We're gonna, I'm gonna have. There's a couple weeks I'm gonna be gone. So for Saturdays, it's gonna be a little bit spotty. Touch and go. I'll let you guys know each schedule. You can check on Twitter, of course, to see what we're doing. Yeah, check that out. Oh, by the way, I think so yeah, this week, for example, I'm not gonna be there, but I think it's not Multiversus, Rumbleverse. God, these words.
The Battle Royale Wrestling?
Yes, that's coming back for a beta on this weekend.
Is that open or closed?
I think it said open.
Rumbleverse. Fuck, that's so close name-wise.
I know.
Rumbleverse.
I think it said it's coming back for a beta this weekend. So I'm not going to be able to jump in, but check that out if you can on the 11th.
Let me see this. Cross-platform playtest on June 11th.
There you go.
Kicks off the road to launch.
Yeah.
June 11th. When is that? That's a fucking
Saturday?
Saturday. Probably can't do that myself, actually. Bummer.
Ah, okay. Well,
Well.
looks like that might be the next opportunity. And
Don't watch anyone else play it. Just go without.
That shit was really fun, man. It was really fun. All right, but yeah, that's going on. That's what's up over there. How about you?
All right. Well, considering I just mentioned Somnium Files, I have nothing to add about that game other than it's great, and that the somebody in the chat pointed out, the I in AI stands for I, which I'm going. Dude, someone even pointed out to me the other day that Date is like he's a pervert and he has an Opie shirt, but the specific Opie shirt that he has the boobs look like eyes.
Oh God, of course they
because
do.
It's Opie.
Dude,
like it's
Kojima just tweeted 20 amino acids detected in sand brought back from the asteroid Ryugu. Were we born in space after all? Motherfuckers talking about sand, dude. We're approaching the event horizon. We're approaching the point of no return.
I want to point out that Wooly and I clearly actually can see inside this man's brain, because that is a half step away from our our Sans DNA's fucking Sandy. That's what it was called.
He's
it is right there.
About amino acids, part of the building blocks of life necessary to become a replicator, being discovered in sand from a space asteroid.
I would not be surprised to see this concept show up in Death Stranding 2. Now that we know Death Stranding 2 exists, and there's beaches with sand on them, I can easily see there's amino acids in the sand because the genesis of life, the extinction.
Protein chains evolved to become one kind of race, but yeah.
All right, let's move on. Hey, I'm Pat. Here's what I did. I played. I watched X-Files. Oh man, dude.
Yeah.
So we're watching X-Files, and we've been having this joke for weeks and weeks and weeks about like Scully being the skeptic, and watching that whole first season where it's Scully, quick, go to the car for some bullshit. And she runs out, and the instant, like, she walks out of frame, like, the child starts levitating the fish man in the air, and then they explode into a million unrecoverable pieces right when Scully walks back through the door. And I've been saying, like, I've been imitating Mulder for weeks, going, it was a fish man, Scully, I seen it. It's like, Mulder. Episode 2 of the second season, Mulder catches a fish man, and I'm like, oh man, they're never gonna get that fish man. But they fucking catch it, and they put it into FBI custody, and it fucking escapes. But like 100 people see the fish man.
And what does Scully say?
Like, how do we get the fish man, Mulder? Everyone sees it, and it's a fish man. And I'm like, that's not how I heard people describing the X-Files. I heard people describing the X-Files like Scully going like, I don't know, Mulder. I was going to say,
is there a conversation of vindication that he gets afterwards?
No, she's just like, holy shit, what is that? That's a fish man. And I also can't believe that the example was also the random stupid thing that I picked, which was a fish man. Because a fish man is a stupid, stupid thing.
Yep.
Right?
But it's also Lovecraftian, so it's possible.
Oh, fuck. It's great. It's great.
There's something pleasantly defiant about you deciding to watch X-Files now during the middle of a Stranger Things relaunch.
Oh, dude. I got like halfway through the first episode of Stranger Things season 2, and they were like, "Oh, what's going on?" And I don't care. I
did.
don't care.
I did all of 2. And I was like, I really wish this was new kids doing a new thing in a different setting, but in the same setting rather, but whatever. And sure, got through it, and that was that. And then I got through, like, I think I started 3, and like the first episode I just tapped the fuck out.
Like for me, it wasn't that it was the same setting, it was the same characters doing the same thing in the same setting. And I was like, I don't.
So
I don't
a lot
care.
of people are talking about 4 as being like it's back to being good, because I guess it's like focusing on like the weird like high school bullying thing with 11 and such. And I guess like I think they confirmed that 5 is going to be the last one or something like that.
Oh man, way to make me care even less.
But yeah, like there was some sort of confirmation about the finality of what it's going to be and stuff. And like, I mean, I'm hearing that 4 is good. It's like, I'm curious, but at the same time, like the premise of the strength of of the premise being something that could be like, it doesn't have to be the same cast. You can it feels like that just drops my interest. And I want to say, like, one of the actors had a quote that was like, yo, they really need to start killing some of us off because there's way too many now. That was hilarious, because it's like, oh, they added they add new roster every season, and then everyone just sticks around, and it just becomes like a bigger and bigger thing.
It's the same thing I was just talking about with Star Wars. It's like your setting is like the entirety of 60s to 80s United States for weird shenanigans, and you've decided to zoom in on a group of like 10 kids that are going through every supernatural thing ever, back to back to back. It's like, take Stephen King, right? Stephen King has asserted that Maine is fucking haunted. The entire state of Maine is extremely haunted. But Maine is a state. It's a whole state. Could you imagine if every fucking Stephen King book dealt with the same batch of 100 fucking people?
And just a little
in
down
one
the
town?
road. Yeah. Down the road, meanwhile, the next exit over, this shit starts happening. Like, it and here's the thing, right? We've talked to, everyone's heard us talk about the anthology shit all the time and yada yada. So no need to rehash too much of that. But the idea of like of going for a different setting, same setting, different people, different story, right? How much more exciting and cool would it be if you had like different seasons of survivors of whatever supernatural crazy shit's going on, and then you want a finale season where those survivors then meet up with each other and cross over in some final way, right?
Like let's I'm talking about X-Files, right? And you're talking like, you know what X-Files has a shit ton of? You know what 22 out of 26 episodes in an X-Files season are? I don't know, Scully. There's some fucking weirdo vampire monster eating cows. I don't know, man. I think there's a mutant that eats people's livers and can go stretchy arms. I don't know, man. Maybe there's a fish man. Oh no, we brought up some kind of evil worm that mind controls people from the ice. It's monster of the week, non-major plot, fucking shenanigans. Great. Like, the argument against Monster of the Week is always like, hey, I don't think they can make a compelling enough new character every week. Right? But I prefer it. The thing that you're the one who taught me this concept when we were talking about fucking Cowboy Bebop 19 years ago. And you were talking about how much you loved how few episodes in Cowboy Bebop give a shit about the quote-unquote plot.
Yes. It's great.
There's 3.
It's fucking great. Spike is running from his past and he can't get away from it. I'm going to have my hijinks, and every once in a while, what the fuck is that? Anyways, we're having space adventures. We're doing what the fuck is that? Like, it's awesome
Is that an evil clown?
You know? That's why it's so good, is because it matters when it happens, and it has to do with what he's trying to fucking run from. It's great when you take it easy.
You know, it's a great show, fucking TNG. Because every single week you're like, I wonder what they're gonna do. Oh no, Geordi got trapped on a planet with the Romulan. Oh no, so and so became a fish. Oh no, they fell into a portal where all they can do is gamble at a weird 1950s casino. Oh no, Worf wants to kill himself because a barrel fell on him. You know what episodes of Star Trek are kind of lame? Episodes in TNG that deal with like the long-standing threat of the neutral zone and the Romulans and the plot.
You just need Scully yelling, "I don't know what I saw."
I don't know.
Over and over again. Yeah.
How many episodes of Star Trek have to deal with the fucking holodeck or the teleporters fucking up? Like 300. Okay? You know why? Because those are episodes where you can go, well, fuck it. They fell into a different dimension where everyone has evil mustaches.
You can do anything. Yeah.
You can do anything. And it's just so frustrating when I see a story go, no, not only are we going to not do anything different or anything, we're going to do the same thing we did last time.
Like,
but
I feel like
bigger.
Any reasonable system of like safety protocols would look at holodeck accident 15 and go, we're shutting this fucking thing down until we can find a better way to get people on and off planet.
So there's a fun little detail about that where in the second season of TNG they introduce a character called Reginald Barclay, good old Reggie, who is the only person in Starfleet who has like crippling anxiety disorder. He's kind of a fuck up and he's terrified, and in particular he is terrified of the transporter. He's freaked out, and fucking Geordi tries to explain to him, you know how rare fucking transporter mishaps are, Reg? You're crazy, man. It's the safest thing since flying in space. And then you go on to TNG, which has so many transporter mishaps that end with characters being killed, recombined, and in one particular case, becoming trapped in an alternate dimension as a space slug. Okay? That you get to Deep Space Nine, where the writers are, we are no longer going to have transporter malfunction plots.
Okay.
Because TNG did like 30.
Yeah, okay, perfect.
And like,
exactly.
Reggie is correct to be terrified of the transporter.
It is insane to continue using this fucking thing after
also,
an entire season of it.
Voyager, home of the shittiest writing in Star Trek until Picard came out. The most controversial thing to ever happen in Voyager was two characters getting combined into one person on the transporter to create Tuvix, which is of the Janeway decision of get in the fucking thing and split back into two people or I will kill you. And the character is going, please don't kill me. And she's like, I don't care.
Isn't there also fucking split character into an alternate version that now is just a second living
yes.
Riker or whatever?
Yeah, no, there's Riker gets beamed up, but it doesn't complete correctly, so the pattern gets correctly resolved on the Enterprise, but the Riker on the planet just stays there, but then they were like, well, we picked him up, so they just leave him there on like a destroyed island for 7 years, and then they go get him, and he's like, my life is ruined!
Yeah, so you created life. You literally just also creating life when this thing goes badly. Like, yeah. Anyway.
People like Star Trek because Star Trek... Like, genuinely, people like Star Trek because Star Trek is a fiction in which you can have any type of story you want. You can have, for example, well... The gang got teleported into a fake reality where they have to pretend to be Robin Hood to rescue Picard's new girlfriend. Why? Because they wanted to do a fucking Robin Hood episode. That's why.
I've seen what appear to be clips and screenshots of multiple alternate realities that are just time periods in Earth.
Fuck it.
Like,
fuck it. Hey, Star Trek writer, do you want to talk about how it sucks the way we deal with poor people? Okay. Cisco fell into the past and has to reenact a bunch of poverty riots, just in case. And we're going to do a 2-episode series of how the future it sucks to be poor. Fuck it. Fuck it.
Excellent.
Do anything.
Excellent.
Stranger Things. What if Will Byers was psychic too and there was a bigger monster? Who gives a shit?
It would be so interesting if you did the fucking you made us care about a couple of different groups and then you had a final thing where they came together. You know?
Hey guys,
RPG.
We're gonna explore the exciting story of how Obi-Wan Kenobi went from living in this spot on Tatooine to living on a slightly different spot on Tatooine, but his hair is whiter. Get ready for the new adventure you know won't go anywhere.
I might actually start Obi-Wan just to see. I might start it. I'm open. I'm open to the possibilities.
Fucking bullshit. Anyway.
Anyway.
X-Files is great. Moving on from that, fucking Signalis finally put a demo out. Have you seen Signalis?
Oh, yeah. Nice. Okay.
So if you have not seen Signalis, Signalis is a PlayStation 1 throwback survival horror game that takes place in space with an incredible, like, anime art style. It's like Fear Effect and Silent Hill and Resident Evil. And the demo is out and completely nails every single part of its presentation, every single part of its controls and soundtrack. Is just, like, incredible.
Like,
I'm so excited for that game.
Like, Fear Effect, but better is really... That's some good space to occupy. That kind of needed to exist.
Fear Effect so bad to be good, but it's not.
It's not.
It's cool.
It's fucking not. It's
Fear
so
Effect
cool.
Is cool,
and you want to love it. You really want. You give it so much benefit of the doubt.
Oh, but it's
Both
not
of them.
good.
And it's just not fun. It's not good. It's not a good game. You're like, God damn it. Bounced off so hard both times. I really wanted to love it. So yes, I'm way down for something that has that energy. Cool.
And aside from that, in terms of stuff I played this week, how much was the demo?
How much game was in the demo?
20 minutes.
Oh, no, not even like a...
It's very much a... You go through the starting area and you get to do one puzzle and there's 5 enemies and you get to pick up a gun and use the gun and you get to do a lot of the first-person cool stuff like PS1. But then you fall into like a super intense, visually trippy nightmare sequence and it goes, fucking Signalis, wishlist it. I'm like, yeah, okay, I already did, but I'll do it again. And the other game that I played, which I would highly recommend everybody to check out, by the way, I got it for free from Devolver, but is Card Shark.
Sorry, I just on Signalis, was there like full voice acting and everything?
No, there is no voice acting, but the computer nightmare of Achtung and like warning background noises in German. There's that in voice acting, but other than that, there's no voice acting. At least not yet.
Okay. Yeah. No, this thing looks fucking cool, and like not a goddamn room with decent. Like it's doing the space horror thing where it's like good luck finding a single room that's properly lit. I feel every screenshot.
It's taking its influences are incredibly obvious, right? It's Ghost in the Shell and Fear Effect and that, but the space design is 100% True Blood, fucking Nostromo, Alien 1, complete piece of fucking shit 70s spaceship, like a space truck.
Yeah, no, this is one that's been. We've been waiting on this for a couple of years.
Forever.
Now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
But moving on to Devolver's Card Shark, which again I got for free, so take it with a grain of salt. Card Shark is one of the coolest games I've ever seen in my life. Have you seen what Card Shark looks like?
Looking at it now.
It looks like a game made entirely out of Renaissance era, like playing card paintings. And what Card Shark is Not a game about cards. It has nothing to do with cards at all. In fact, you don't play cards in Card Shark. What you do is you fucking cheat and steal. And the entire game is dedicated to you being a poor little Frenchman growing up in the era of the 1700s with Voltaire and all those dickheads and going, hey, you know what? You know how we can make some money and travel across the country? By fucking learning how to cheat like motherfuckers.
Shark is a single player.
And it goes into, hey, do you want to know how to run every classical card scam that actually exists?
Oh, real scams.
Here's how you do it. Here's how to load the deck. Here's how to fucking indent and dog ear the deck so that you can top deal it. Here's how you can leave the room and fucking replace a deck with blanks and then load my hand. Here's how you can fucking rig a coin toss, etc. And it's all.
What does the gameplay like of? Because I'm looking at there's like what appears to be like a overworld conversation platforming kind of thing, and then once you're like playing the actual card part of it, what?
So it looks like you're playing cards, right? In the footage. But what it actually is, the gameplay has nothing to do with actually like holding 5 cards out in front of you and picking the cards. What it is that you're going to go to a poker game and you are going to try and fuck with these people and rob them through trickery. So what you're going to do is you have a suspicion meter that's going to rise depending on your bet, and it will increase slowly as you perform scams on them. So you will then pick the scam that you learned the best and run the scam on them. So the easiest one is to pour wine in their glass using the analog stick while your character peeks over their shoulder to see the amount of clubs that they have. And then after you finished pouring the wine and it says good pour because you didn't spill it to cause suspicion, you'll then wipe the table near them in either a clockwise, counterclockwise, vertical, or horizontal to signal to your partner you're working with whether or not it's clubs, diamonds, hearts, or spades.
I saw someone say WarioWare.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Absolutely.
Cool.
Right. And then, let's see. We're gonna throw I'm gonna pick up the cards after a play, and I'm going to be picking up different bunches of cards from left or right to load in the cards in the correct order, so that the 4th card is always gonna go towards my buddy who's sitting 4th, and so I want him to have all high value cards. And as you're doing this, you have to do it as fast as possible because the suspicion meter is ticking up.
Okay.
And you're basically just running tons and tons of cool ass card scams, and you're fucking hitting Voltaire with fucking rigged coin tosses, and you're going on this adventure in 17th century France to fucking get rich with the gypsies.
Actual Voltaire?
Yeah.
Nice.
Voltaire's like, hey, I got some rich friends. Teach me how to cheat. This is cool.
Yeah. Does he talk shit? Voltaire is a fucking he's a witty one.
Voltaire's like, wow, deception is fascinating. Can you rob these people and win all your game of cards without me noticing? Oh wow, you did. That's crazy. Good for you. I'm fucking rich.
I think the only thing I remember being introduced to him by was the quote, "Give me 5 minutes to explain away my ugly face, and I'll bed the Queen of France." I was like, all right. Sure.
And so I don't know what the current like exact fucking goal is right now. I haven't gone that far, but it seems to be make some money, go down to the Roma encampment that you're chilling with, because those guys teach you the first card tricks. Like the guy teaches you 3-card Monty, right? Pay essentially your rent to the camp, right? For the guys who are sheltering you, moving you around so that people don't get you. Go out, hustle some more people. And I played it for a couple hours, like 3 hours. Every single new stage is, all right, here's a new hustle. And you get a chapter thing that says like chapter 1, but it's just like a card that says 1 out of X. And it's like trick 1 out of 68. Trick 2 of 68 of this batch of scams.
And you can choose which one you're going to do.
Yeah, it depends. Once you learn enough of them, you'll be going like, oh, you can choose the shuffle. You can choose to load a deck. You can choose to indent it. You can choose to dog ear it. You can choose to load in duplicates. Then, like, the most interesting one that I found is that you're leaving the room to to load up a good hand with a duplicate deck. But upon doing so, you have to make an excuse to leave the room the second time because you now have to unload the duplicates.
Okay.
Because if you don't unload the duplicates and deal out 2 twos of spades, they're going to go, what the fuck is going on? This has too many 4s in it.
And you have to socially like present an acceptable reason to. Okay. Now here's the question that's very important towards a game that's all about lying, cheating, and stealing. What happens when you get caught?
People go, what the fuck, motherfucker, and they kill you. At which point you go and meet death and can play a little game of cards with death in order to earn your life back, in which you can also cheat.
Okay. Wager with the devil and cheat your way back into life.
Yeah.
Nice.
The button is literally cheat death.
Nice. Very cool.
It's great. It's super, super good. I love it. Great game.
Concept. Mm-hmm.
And that's it for me. If you want to check out more crap this week, you can go down to Pat Stairs at twitch.tv/Pat Stairs at. This week is the video game week, Wooly. There's the Devolver thing. There's the Xbox thing. There's Jeff K's Summy Game Show.
I mean, there was last week's too, but
we had the Sony thing, which we're about to talk about ad nauseum.
Jeff did say, keep your expectations low. We're mainly focusing on already announced things.
Yeah, that sucks. Except for the one big one where he announces Sandy.
I mean,
maybe Silk Song will be there.
Like, I feel as if just, no matter what their friendship is at this point, Kojima can't show his face on camera unless he has a nuke to drop, you know?
I think the way their friendship works is that Kojima looks down at Jeff Keighley sucking his dick and goes, "Who are you?"
And then he goes, "I'm okay."
This is okay.
Yep. 1 second. Cool. All right. Well, yes, there's a bunch going on. We'll talk about that. But I guess we can take a quick break. And
we should, because I'm going to piss myself in this chair.
Yep. All right. Stuff coming up. See you in a bit. All right. Completely missed opportunity for on the last bit for Kojima to look down and say, "This is good, isn't it?" Completely whiffed on the bit on that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh well.
Sponsors.
I love these. Especially this one.
ExpressVPN. It's in the it's in the it's in the first slot here. We're going to talk about ExpressVPN. You know, you're looking for a way to watch what you want on the internet and not be throttled and treated like garbage because you don't have access for not being wherever that might be. In my case, usually it's America. There's a lot of services I want to watch, things I want to check out, where it says, you're not in the right area, go fuck yourself. That sucks.
Or maybe you're at a coffee shop and you're going to use the public Wi-Fi. You don't want that weirdo with their laptop stealing all your bullshit. So you're going to VPN it up to cover your tracks, make your bullshit more safe.
And on top of that, there's tons of shows that are like on like Netflix that you're not able to see because of where you live. And shit, it's about to get more expensive. And you're not even given access to everything that can be watched because of where I live. That sucks. I hate it. So, ExpressVPN. Say, fuck you. I'm wherever I want to be. Show me all the stuff. You can see the complete library of whatever country you want to be in by using ExpressVPN to control where it sees you as in over 90 countries. So you get to select whatever shows you want from that are anything that's exclusive to the UK or Japan, wherever it is. It unlocks the full list for you. A lot of you guys are in the US, so you have your particular thing. But every once in a while, there's stuff that only Canada gets. And then every once in a while, there's shows that are restricted in Canada, such as Reboot: The Guardian Code, was available worldwide except for in Canada. Yeah, good times on that. But anyway, the point is you can use it to get access to the full list, and not just that, but you want to get yourself away and protected from exactly the garbage that comes from using some McDonald's Wi-Fi and exposing your shit for anyone out there. Don't do it. Get the most out of your streaming service and get your security. You can get your money's worth at expressvpn.com/superbeast. You can use our link to get 3 extra months of ExpressVPN for free. That's expressvpn.com/superbeast. expressvpn.com/superbeast. Thanks, ExpressVPN.
Thanks, ExpressVPN.
This week, the podcast is also sponsored by Raycon with the earbuds, the wireless.
Don't use wires anymore.
Get rid of the wires.
In my head, I got not a single wire.
We'll preach it till the day I die. Wires can go die, and if they don't, then they can kill you too. Wires are literally a threat. They're an existential threat
to everyone.
To everyone, everywhere, everything you love. We're all at risk of wires at all times. You know when you're driving down the highway and you look and you see those wires that are running, carrying electricity and the fucking overhead, and you're just like,
dangerous, don't touch them.
They're carrying power, but what if they decided to drop down onto the road one day? Death. Horrible. Right? At any given moment, one of those wires can just drop and hit the road, and anyone nearby is dead. It's horrible. Wires suck. Don't do it. FYI, if it ever happens and it lands on your car, I think I heard the trick was to kick a door open and jump out, all feet and hands tucked in, so that you're not connected to anything in the car, and then land on the ground flush.
And if you are in that situation, make sure to put your Raycon wireless earbuds in first to give you the kind of musical edge you're going to need
to
have the
that
confidence to
death-defying
do it
stunt.
in one shot.
Don't take your step. Don't put one foot out at a time. Don't do it all together. But the that's it. The fitness earbuds in particular are going to help take that workout or death-defying leap from a car to the next level with the power of premium sound and smart tech. They're voted Best Earbud of the Year by Esquire Magazine's Best Gadgets of 2021. And, of course, maximum comfort and stability is the design. I have been rocking them in addition to Punch Mom as well, particularly when going to bed. I want the ability to turn and rotate.
You can't wear cans going to bed because then you turn and the cans fall off and you're just like, oh, come on.
It gets real uncomfortable and stuff, you know. So the perfect fit for the new Raycons is exactly ideal in that situation. And I know that Punch Mom is regularly doing her yoga and workouts, and she's got the fitness pair that do their job with the stability and 9-hour battery life. Or excuse me, 9 hours of playtime, 52-hour battery life.
Oh, that's very different. I'm like, okay, yeah.
Got to get that right.
What are you needing to do for more than 9 hours with your music? Nothing. That's plenty.
There you go. I mean, geez, like this stupid podcast might take up like half of that. But
yeah, I mean, yeah, it's Street Fighter Week, but still, come on.
It's real dumb. But go check them out. That's the perfect time to pick up a pair. Right now, you can get Raycon's fitness earbuds for $20 off at buyraycon.com/superbeast. And yeah, our viewers get 15% off with the code SUPERBEAST. So it's a limited time offer. Get in there now. That's code SUPERBEAST at buyraycon.com/superbeast. Thank you, Raycon.
Thanks, Raycon.
And it's also my duty to talk to you this week about HelloFresh, the food, farm fresh, pre-proportioned ingredients, recipes that are way better than whatever little tricks you've got up your sleeve. You got professionals putting together some delicious meals for you, delivering them straight to your door, and of course, you get to have some home cooking without too much of the struggle of the portions, the ingredients, the right amounts.
You're the home cooker.
You get to do it.
It's easy.
And fun and affordable. You just, sign up for whatever types of dinners you want to choose from. They've got 30 different recipes each week. Tons of choices for whatever meal kit you're looking for. You can have them delivered to a vacation destination. Plans are flexible. You can start and stop. You can do all kinds of stuff with that. And, of course, the different diet restrictions are accounted for. You can go with green. You can go with, proteins, whatever your flavors and preferences are. Get in there with HelloFresh. Breakfasts, lunches, sides, snacks, desserts. One-stop shop for a lot of those mealtime needs. So they are available and at an average of 72% cheaper than dining at a restaurant and grocery shopping. That's a lot of money back. That's pretty good. So there you go. And there's a thing here, Hello Custom. If you want to swap out a protein or a side or something to make your meal a little bit more precise to your tastes, you can do that too. So I know I've enjoyed the pesto chicken quite a bit. That's my jam, and I'm down for that on a regular basis. And when it came, it was pretty easy to do. Tasted great. Didn't have to worry about any fancy or expensive takeaway at that moment in time.
You know what my favorite part about using HelloFresh is that they bring the food to your door in a nice box. And then you take the box in, and it has everything that you possibly need to cook the whole meal by itself. So that means in a situation, if I were to look outside and go, fuck, there's power lines all over my yard. If I go out there, I'll die. It doesn't matter because the HelloFresh box came in, and I have everything I need to make myself like a bunch of meals.
You don't have to risk electrocution to get your food. That's good. It's very good.
It is good.
Go to hellofresh.com/superbeast16 and use code superbeast16 for up to 16 free meals and 3 free gifts. That's hellofresh.com/superbeast16 with code superbeast16 for up to 16 free meals and 3 free gifts. That's America's #1 meal kit. Thank you, HelloFresh.
Thanks, HelloFresh.
Apparently, once upon a time, the term electrocution was only used for like fatal cases versus getting shocked, I think. Like
what they call it, giving you a little zappy zip?
Yeah, you can, if you get shocked and survive and it's just a shock, then that's a shock. But like when you got electrocuted, it was like a cause of death. And I don't know. I read this and it might be some internet bullshit, but apparently it just got used colloquially enough that you could just use it to describe the process of, getting zapped.
My dad used to work at a place the guys would get zapped every now and then, and he's old, and he would just call it being a fucking dumbass and zapping yourself like an idiot.
Mm-hmm.
We were just talking about headphones for a bit, and there's something I need to mention. I don't know if it even fits into this week, but I'm on the West Coast now. I'm in the Pacific Northwest, and people out here are different, man. People out here are real fucking different. The other day, maybe it was like 10 days ago, but I'm reminded now, Paige and I were driving through the countryside and exploring and looking at all the nice shit. And we happened upon a nice big public park in which about 20 or 30 people were engaging in what I now know is called a silent disco, in which they were taking up a portion of the park, all wearing their headphones, and pretending they were at a club, dancing in the morning to dead silence. And I wanted to walk into the ocean and die.
Well,
I have never in my life been so dramatically hit with physical manifestations of cringe in my life. Eyes closed, doing all that swaying hippie bullshit. La la la.
Were they listening to the same song?
I fucking doubt it.
Well, that's the community. That's how you get to know your neighbors, and that's how you get to feel welcome, by having little fun Facebook events. Remember the days of public Facebook events and gatherings? Yeah. That's what's going on there. What, you don't want to fit in? You don't want to
No.
You don't want to introduce yourself?
I wanted to walk into the ocean neighbor? And die. It's one of those situations where I go to open my mouth and Paige is like, shut up. Because she knows.
Oh, yeah.
And we're not far enough away that, like, if one of them popped ahead, like, they wouldn't hear. I'm like vibrating with, like, shit to say.
That's some normal people having a good time.
That is no, it's not.
Yep. If that's the community, they're having a good time, and you're welcome to join them and show that you're down for a good time too.
Do you follow Justin Wang on Twitter?
Yeah.
Okay, so Justin Wang's Twitter is like the worst Twitter in the world. I'll never stop following it. He retweeted somebody with the phrase "confidence is disgusting" yesterday, and it was a bunch of 20-year-olds standing around on a staircase playing guitar and singing random songs from the 90s and aughts, and like all head bopping and shit. And I wish that a bomb went off underneath them. Like, I was repelled. Like, it's disgusting. Like, vibing and feeling yourself needs to stop.
Having a good time needs to go.
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
Stop it. Shut up. It's the
Damn.
fucking worst.
Yeah. Yeah. I hope that the place you're moving to has a clean view of the ocean from the top view of the lighthouse. I hope that I hope that you are highly elevated into your tower, where you can lock those doors and just chill forever, looking down from above.
Fucking. It's just. Oh, people. Oh!
Yell at that
People having
cloud.
it.
Yell at that
Like,
cloud.
I'm
Fucking
right there of like seeing people having a good time in an annoying way. I'm just like, stop it.
fuck that
Stop it.
stupid cloud.
The fact that you're having a good time is annoying to me.
You decided to introduce more green and sun into your life.
I'm very out of place.
This is what's outside. This is what's outside waiting for you.
Dude, we were walking down the street the other day, and I said, because we walking down the street, and sometimes out here the fucking crosswalk doesn't even have a stop sign, and it's like, oh no, people will stop, and I'm like, so we're walking across, and I'm like, it's wild to me as somebody from Montreal, because like a crosswalk doesn't mean shit. I can't believe people actually just choose not to hit me with their car. And I said, as somebody from Montreal, I saw like 4 people on the sidewalk go snap their heads towards me, and just like stare a little bit. And I'm like, okay, yeah, right. I am the weirdo here. I'm the problem.
You are the problem. So you can continue to be the problem, or you can let it bleed in a little bit.
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna feel the way I feel, but instead of saying it out loud, I'm just gonna crush it way down, deep, where I can't see it anymore. And then one day, 11 years from now, I'm just gonna have a tirade over some kid kicking their football on my lawn, and like have a heart attack and die. And that's the good way to deal with this.
These are the same people that are setting up those fun little shops that are, self-managing, right? These are the same fun people that are doing all the things you like about the area that's near you.
Do you want to hear? Do you want to hear like the absolute, like East Coast fucking brain rot? Is we're in a tiny little stand that has pies just sitting around, and it's like, take some, and here's the e-transfer link. Just send us the money. And I literally cannot help myself, but I will pick up the pie, and I'll pick up the piece of bread, and I'll pick up the Danish, and I will stand there and look at them and go, okay, this pie is $30, and this one is $5, and this one is $7. So that's $42. Okay, remind me we're going to pay that when we go home, because in my mind, even though there's no camera, there's a camera, and they're watching it to make sure I don't just walk in and take it and leave, even though that's how it works.
Literal pie theft, Pat?
Yeah.
Literal pie theft? Is this where it comes back to?
No, but my point is I'm standing there going, I want to make sure that they feel that I'm not stealing the pie, because food out in the open means you're stealing it. Like, acclimating is weird.
So, like I said, the same attitude and mirth that has the confidence and the niceness to set up a little pie stand where you can e-transfer the costs. That's the same type of person that's having a little disco dance party in their headphones down at the park. Same people.
The ultimate is that we turned into a farm at one point that was having a little thing for sale. And then we walk up, and then there's this fancy bread that I've never seen before, so we tried it. Basically, once a week, we go find a farm stand and we try fancy bread or fancy pie or whatever. And we're talking to the lady there, and she's explaining how the bread, the wheat is blessed. And we're like, what? Pardon? She's like, oh, so and so always, before the harvest, she brings down the group from the retreat, and they do like a classical, like a seance, or like they do a blessing, and it's like, Mother Earth, nature, and that's why the
Yep.
bread is so good, and
Yep.
like
Yep. Yep. Yep.
we're standing there, and I'm being overwhelmed by the feeling that I'm being fucked with. Just overwhelmed,
Just
right?
out of curiosity, when was the last time you've had to do a polite prayer before eating at someone's house or something like that? When's the last time someone was like, "We're gonna say grace here," and you're just present for it?
29 years
Well, really,
from
you haven't
like,
been in
like
a
yeah,
polite grace situation.
I've literally had to do it once.
Okay, because that's a learned skill.
It was at my friend's Jonathan's house because he was a Jehovah's Witness,
Yeah, that's a
and
learned
they
skill.
were serious about that.
You might meet some neighbors who you're like, oh yeah, come over for dinner. We're all gonna have a good time, and you fix yourself a plate. You sit down, and they go, all right, so we're just gonna bless the food real quick, and then you have decisions to make,
Mm-hmm.
and you get to choose how much to lean in, to lean out, to distant. Do you close the eyes? Do you put the hands up? If you want to go all in, you can go hands up and eyes closed. If you really want to signal where you're at in your journey, this is the maximum. Or you can just stand with your hands in your pockets and eyes open. Now, if you pull your phone
No.
out, that's a
I
problem.
would. Unless if you count like shrine prayers out in Japan when
Oh yeah,
we visited
I guess
places,
so.
then it would have been that, because
But
it's like,
no,
yeah,
no,
I
because
don't
those are
believe in
like
any of that
small
shit, but
private.
you do it when it's polite.
Yeah, no, not those. I'm talking about the one where you're socially pressured with a group of people that probably want to hold your hand.
So
You know?
you know what the problem is with the story I just told you, and she's explaining to us how the hippies formed the commune to
Yep.
do the magic with the
Mm-hmm.
fucking spirits. The problem is that the bread fucking rules, and it was super good, and it was
Yep.
one of the best pieces of bread I've ever had in my life.
Mm-hmm.
And now I'm sitting here going like, fuck, did it help? Did it?
Every time we ask for kosher food, it's amazing. Have you
Oh
ever
yeah, kosher food's incredible.
every time I go for kosher food to keep it simple on the rules, it's super
It's
good.
super good.
Have you had Passover food?
Yeah, it's great.
Latkes and fucking applesauce and
Oh,
all of it.
100%.
Amazing. It tastes
So
really fucking good.
I can make a decision, right? Either blessing the ingredients is imbuing magic taste to food, or the type of people who are going to get a gang of 20 to sing over some bread while it's being made are the type of people who give a goddamn shit about making good food, because they're going to every length to improve the quality. I'm gonna go with that one.
I mean, if you're buying into that, then you might as well. It's too late. If at that point, you might as well just jump on the train with Metallica whiskey, which is whiskey that they play Metallica to it as they prepare it.
Yeah. So
when they
like
make the bourbon.
These two stories combine in this awful way as I'm standing here watching the fucking hippies dance in silence near the ocean like the most cringeworthy pieces of shit I've ever seen, and go, are these the people that were summoned to make the bread taste good with the magic? I don't know.
If it tastes
So,
better,
yeah.
well, what you need to do is taste some blasphemous bread, and do a real quality check on that, right? If you can find someone around the corner that also makes something similar, but you know that their life is not right with Christ, try some of that bread and see how it tastes. Well, no, you're saying pagan communist shit, so that's actually not Christ. But either way, Either way, someone that's
And it's
missing the crystals and the Reiki spirits in their life, you know.
yeah, West Coast is different. People out here, it's built different. It's very it's very weird. I'm having culture shock.
Yeah,
Anyway,
that's correct. Okay.
You want to talk about Street Fighter, Wooly?
Yeah, sure. Let's do that. So, Street Fighter 6 has been fully revealed, and
boy, has it!
I mean, listen, the number one thing anybody wants to know when a Capcom fighting game is announced is the fucking roster. And for that reason, I don't think they've announced a single fighting game and not had a leak since 2009. I think the roster of every single Capcom fighter leaked out early, in similar methods to this. Sometimes it was just a list. Sometimes it was just a description or a video or a screenshot. But
my personal favorite was Ultimate Marvel, where the screenshots were, the characters were just all up on the website.
Website JPEGs. Sometimes there's Cross Tekken where the models are sitting untextured on the disc. But no matter what game, there have always been leaks because people need to know what characters are going to be in the fucking game. It's the only thing that matters.
So we've come a long way dealing with Capcom, where Capcom of much old, would go dead silent, just not talk about it at all, or shut the fuck up, or my personal favorite was. Here's some polls about what characters you want coming to Street Fighter 4 as DLC when the roster is like already been decided for over a year.
Now, here's the thing. The method of telling people to shut the fuck up, it doesn't work, obviously. But when you go for it, usually if they're like, you're showing pictures you're not supposed to see, or videos or trailers you're not supposed to have, you are revealing an asset that is our property, they're going to go down that road, right?
Yeah.
If you happen to just have a screenshot in your own trailer that has a list of names on the tournament mode, and Maximilian pulls out a magnifying glass and stares at it and pulls names off of that list, you have no one else to blame but yourself. So before any of the other confirmed character are leaked or anything, there was the list from the trailer itself.
And then, oops, I accidentally dropped the photo of the entire roster, and it's just right there. Now, I will say, we've come a long way. Capcom actually going out and saying, yo, so we've seen a lot of stuff lately. Thanks for the positive reactions. Genuine improvement. Very surprised.
A lot of us saw things we weren't supposed to see here in Metro City. Yeah. Now that being said, there's still there's the reveal, and then there's everything that came afterwards. A couple details, a couple plot things, yada yada. As a whole, on the presentation with it, setting my expectations for like RE engine realism, I was hoping that the best way to we talked about it when the first reveal showed off the Ryu and Luke, but it was basically like, okay, this is the direction we're going in, and it's one that's going to lose some of the Akiman or Nishitani style full-on art, like the character designs that come straight from that art, their art, right? So RE Engine leans itself to realism. Understanding that and putting that expectation in, I was like, okay, the way to try to keep the flavor then would be to have liberal use of the ink lines, the splashes, the color, the effects.
Whichever version you want to go with, be it pencil, ink, whatever.
And thankfully, they did do that. So when I saw the amount of when I saw the visual presentation being like bold and very aggressive with the graffiti look and certain activations of the mechanics and stuff like that, like the focus attack coming out and shit, I was like, okay, cool. That's what I would like to see if we're going realism, because it helps hold on to some identity, you know?
Mm-hmm. For the visuals, I'm in this weird place where I like the new setting. I like the general look. I like the graffiti a lot. I like the use of color, but I can't stand the way the realistic characters look. I feel like they look like knockoff Tekken characters. Like I strongly dislike it.
It doesn't bother me. I think they look like high detailed characters. It's not. I'm not taking it as a. I would prefer if they were more stylized, because I just happen to like seeing an artist's interpretation. To its
I would
fullest,
prefer going more towards Exert or Strive than Mortal Kombat.
Yes, but I don't. I'm not taking it as a negative in this case, because I think it looks all right. I don't mind that. I also am happy to see a return to the street in Street Fighter, as well. The Third Strike was obviously, like, the Third Strike soundtrack is legendarily just fucking, it's hip hop, and it's awesome, and the whole thing is the best sounding Street Fighter game. In this case, it's been a part of the promotional material often, but the actual game would drop and not have any of that, right? So don't forget that 4, 5, and now 6 all have early trailers that show you, like, hip hop and, like, play, that kind of feeling. But when the game drops itself, it doesn't actually commit to that as much.
Now, that being said, this one's gonna have to, because graffiti is like a primary visual motivator.
Yeah, I certainly do hope so. Because there's that part of it, and then of course, like, it's that, and then there's the casing that is like the recognizable OST, of the themes of all the characters. Those are always going to be there. You're not going to miss out on, like the swelling themes of Ryu and Guile and all these recognizable tracks over the years. But for the rest of it, I certainly do hope that they kind of keep that feel to it. Also on aesthetics, obviously logo change.
Much better logo.
Not surprised to see that. Logo improvement still is not the brand that we get from the old Street Fighter, yellow, orange, red, like very loud, fiery combat text. But it is nonetheless, it is a big improvement over the first one they showed. And I'm someone who doesn't mind graphic design-y aesthetic approaches to things. So on a personal level, I like what they got here, and I think it's way better. Yeah, it's a huge improvement. Thank God they did. We can take it case by case. So
you know what's not a huge improvement? Fucking Luke. Oh my God. Oh my God. The fact that his fucking official art is him doing the fucking Guy Fieri Flavortown fucking pose is like, Luke sucks so fucking bad.
Where was the thing? Hold on a second. There was a bit that I saw where they're just like, oh God, fuck him, we hate him even more now, because in his profile,
he's a PMC.
No, but what did it say? I think. Oh, his dislikes. He
loves wacky shirts,
and his dislikes are horror games.
Yeah.
So yeah, people were just like, "Fuck Luke." He hates horror games, dude.
It's
hey so man, I'm fine. I'm fine with it.
Here's the thing, right? So when I don't particularly like Jamie either, but I think he's fine.
I like Jamie.
Right? I think he's fine. He doesn't. I could take him or leave him.
The hair down VOD version looks really sick.
But I have a very active, vicious hatred of Luke. And I was like very strongly worried. I was like, oh God, please not a whole fucking sub roster of Lukes. And now that we have the whole roster, wow, it's just Luke.
No,
it's just him.
No,
he's so trash.
Well, here's the thing, though, because no, there is another character, and this also predicates how you're going to feel about Luke. When Ed was revealed, the way you feel about Ed will determine how you also feel about Luke. If you're down with, I feel like Ed has a similar energy, and like a lot of people that disliked Ed in his his original reveal, I
disagree strongly. I think Ed looks cool.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
I think all of Ed's costumes look cool. All the starter ones, anyway.
I feel a lot of people that hate Luke also hated Ed, and well, there's a thing where it's just like it's another fucking blonde boy character in Street Fighter, but then there's like the outfit, which a bunch of people just didn't dig. I liked the hoodie version, especially, and in that same sense, I'm down for, and like now this new one as well is a little more like, yeah, it's not the young commander outfit, it's the like kind of streetwear. I think that shit's cool, and it's the same shit I've said before, but I'm just like, I feel like it's been weird how MMA representation has been lacking in Street Fighter, so I'm down for that.
I'm just sitting here watching everybody like hate on me because I actually like Ed or like his design, and like I'm sitting there and I'm like trying to think of like what is it, and then I see somebody literally say, well, Pat likes it when the character wears a hat, and they're right. The fact that Ed wears a hat makes him cool.
You like a hat? Okay.
Hat is good.
Yeah. Now for me, like the purest, coolest version of what Luke could have been is essentially just Grappler Backy. Really, what I want to get.
Or Tendo from King of Fighters.
Well, Guy Tendo is Grappler Backy. That's why I'm just cut to the chase on it, right? We don't need to talk about Jonathan Joestar when we can talk about Kenshiro. Like, a Grappler Backy of sorts is the energy that I really want and want to see exist in Street Fighter, because that type of MMA fighter is a big part of what fighting is today, but it just doesn't exist there, right?
This is my projection, but it feels to me that like we're gonna put MMA, the new thing, into our game, and we're gonna make sure that it's the most unlikable fuckboy that's ever been in Street Fighter. Because that's what we think of MMA.
You know, I don't think it's that bad. But when you put a picture of him right next to Ninja, you go, fuck yeah, he looks like Ninja. He's got the same hair and face and everything, you know.
Like the reason why Luke is still fighting all these years later is because he went broke because his apes got stolen. Fucking
shit.
God damn it! I hate Luke so much.
You know, it's hilarious when we're playing Mass Effect and Joker is Seth Green.
Oh yeah,
Joker, what happened to your apes?
You know what? My favorite part about everything to do with Seth Green was I was streaming and Seth Green's sad because his apes got stolen, and somebody in the chat goes, "Oh no, not Seth Green! I never thought he." I'm like, "Yeah, you did. What are you talking about? You never thought that Seth Green would buy some stupid apes. You're kidding yourself."
But I'm still like I'm fine with Luke, man. I think that works. Ryu, interesting. So I'm like looking at it and I'm like, man, I can't believe he's not barefoot. That's wild. But the originally the shawl over him, I was like, I don't know about that aesthetically. But
it's a Gouken Oro thing.
Exactly. And once Reggie pointed that out, I was like, oh, fuck. Okay, yes, no. Actually, that makes sense. And it's a signifier of him overcoming the struggle. And he no longer he's defeated the Satsui no Hado. And this is what that exemplifies. Okay, totally on board. The plot reasons for that to exist make sense.
Sure.
If it was just an element out of nowhere, I think I'd be more questioning about it. But
meanwhile,
they've specified more Gouken than Oro. That is to say.
Yeah, we move over to Ken, who went all in on Bitcoin and Luna.
Well, so that's the thing, right? And this brings me to the design to plot discussion, because Ken has had everyone in an uproar, and it's wild because, like, I've seen people go like, "Fuck! I hate when you just make people that are in happily ever afters go sad for no reason, and and I look at it and I'm thinking of well, how do we? Okay, so thank God we've confirmed for one that this takes place after Third Strike, right?
After.
My biggest concern was that we'd be still stuck in the pre-Third Strike, post-5 world. That would be terrible. But we're moving forward because we see Chun-Li and Li Fen. And Li Fen looks at least 16. And in her endings as a kid, she looks like she's about 6. So maybe it's been about 10 years, right? Whatever.
So everyone from Street Fighter 2 is going to be pushing 50 easy.
Yeah, oh yeah, probably. The idea of Ken now going through his down and out phase is like, well, if you really want to look at it, it's like, yeah, Johnny Cage and Sonya Blade kind of just did this bit, right?
Yeah.
And furthermore, like fucking Mark of the Wolves, Wild Wolf Terry became the bomber jacket bum years ago.
So when I saw because Ken's image leaked out before the whole roster, I legitimately thought it was fake because he's pretty much exactly the same as Mark of the Wolves Terry. It's kind of nuts how it's
really
similar. So similar.
Yeah, and I'm thinking that's the bit where they're like, you're seeing the design cues taken there for sure. Although Harada had a funny tweet where he's like, it's like showing Ryu doing a Denjin or no, doing a Shinshoryu, and you're seeing the X-ray for just one frame, and it's kind of like it's basically like, yeah, okay, we see you're taking after the other stuff that's your competitors here. But the Terry Bogard energy coming off of Ken here is very strong. And then the plot part of it where it's like, oh, Eliza left him, and
that's not necessarily true, that part. That's fan fiction.
Well, so
I think that came off 4chan.
Well, here's the thing, is the reason why I think that's being given credence is because, one, there's the artwork, and then there's a clip of him in-game confirming that artwork is, in fact, his model. So there's a shot of him in-game alongside a shot of Cammy doing her ultra, or her super. So we know that both of those looks are confirmed. Then the same person that was leaking those details about the design of the characters also leaked some plot in the same post, and that post talked about Ken being left by Eliza, right? And it also mentioned him like having a dog tag that was Mel's, and it seems like, yeah, I guess she took the kids and left type of thing. And he and also again, it's all in that realm of speculation, but there was something about, it was a different post. Okay, all right,
yeah, dude,
whatever.
I'm telling you, that story thing is not true.
Okay, all right. Well, if that's not true, then all you have is the look, which is just him looking kind of down and out.
But he's not even bleaching his hair right anymore.
Yeah, you can see the roots.
He's got fucking roots.
Which people, just in case you didn't know, Ken is, in fact, he's got black hair. He bleaches it blonde, right? That's been a detail for a while.
It's one of those funny little details that me and you have been talking about for decades, and like they finally fucking put it in. It's crazy.
So the meme that's been going around and stuff with the whole like the broken, bummed out divorcee Ken stuff. Yeah, okay, I thought that came from the same post, and so that's why it was being treated as more credible. But if it in fact is just that he just looks different, but is actually fine, then that changes a lot of what I was about to bring up.
For me, about the divorce Ken energy is like in that big leak thing of all the art, he's standing with a visible slouch. Like that to me, he like, and he's not doing his hair right anymore.
Yeah, and he's not super clean shaved.
Right. And also for me, it's a fun idea because the long Ken Ryu thing for decades now has been Ryu is functionally homeless and constantly suffering from go crazy murder people energy, and his life's basically a fucking mess. Meanwhile, Ken's over here with the perfect wife in the $shit-zillion mansion and a good kid, and he looks great, and his gi is nice, and he's rich, and he's still also winning all of the tournaments that he's entering.
Well, so this is the thing. What's important if you want to go to the plot of these characters is and these are everlasting characters that can't have endings because they're brands at the same time.
Yeah.
But when you're trying to reach something as resembling a satisfactory conclusion, you have no further to look than Ryu Final, right?
Yeah.
Because Ryu Final came out, and this thing is basically the story of Ryu post Third Strike coming to the end of his story. And what happens in that, for Ken at least, is very, very important to his character, because Ryu is basically off training with Oro, who's, you know, one of the strongest people on the fucking planet, trying to pass down his power to somebody that can actually handle it. And in the meantime, Ken goes off and fucking fights Gil and like wrecks him, beats Gil, right? Well, it doesn't. He finds his power in the fight. He's losing it first, and then he brings it back and does the thing, right? Ken beats the big threat and saves the day there, and then later, Ryu's like, "What the fuck? That's crazy, dude! Like, oh, we gotta fight. We gotta figure this out." And then they do, and Ken wrecks Ryu's ass, destroys him, right? And Ryu's like, "What is happening?" And Ken's basically like, "Okay, so yeah, that thing that you're searching for, you know, the answer that lies in the heart of battle that you've been trying to find, the
dedicating
answer to
your entire fucking life to."
The Satsui no Hado and all that all that struggle, the thing you're searching for, I found it. It's my family. It's literally my wife and kids. So by the power of Mamoru anime rules,
why don't you fucking get laid, Ryu?
If I put them at the center of my soul, they become my purpose for fighting, and they power me up as I fight on their behalf. Right? So family becomes the reason why Ken gets stronger, and the end of his journey is like, I don't have to do the journey that Ryu is on to get the same strength. I can go my own path with my family, you know?
Right.
And he fucking crushes it yet again in that scenario as well, you know? So that energy then being, I guess, like upturned in some way in this path would be odd. I'd be curious to know what it would be, because like maybe he's just aesthetically looking a little bummy, but things are fine, or if things are not fine, if there is any truth to the possibility that he's having marital troubles or something, that would be sad. But it would be like the kind of thing where I hope at least if he starts out that way, he can find his way back home, you know, that there can be a journey to fixing the problem if he starts out kind of, you know, in the dumps.
Also, genuinely, if anything about Divorced Ken is accurate, it with our current roster understanding, if for Ken's personal journey, it provides an incredibly compelling new final rival, which is not Ryu, it's Guile, his wife's brother,
his brother-in-law.
Just like, motherfucker, what are you doing showing your face around here? I know what you did, etc.
Perhaps. But the thing too there is, of course, like, you know, there's always the bit where it's like, okay, Guile, and what about you abandoning your family to fucking go hunt down Charlie's killer and all that shit? You're not that great of a family man yourself.
Yeah, at which point the obvious rebuttal is, yeah, I got him and then I went back. Like, yeah, I got him. I killed Bison.
Perhaps, you know. But yeah, so it should be interesting to see where they take it here. And of course we mentioned it before, but like the old bearded Ryu, actually hot Ryu being default, yay, good.
Awesome.
Lock it in. Chun-Li's hair is interesting because like it does, like it's her face never ages because the makeup is always there, but like her hair tuft is now flatter than usual. So she does look older just with that one detail, I feel. And then
the whole roster came out.
So first of all, yin and yang style fighting, always great, but breakdancing is like, so the most there's capoeira in the form of Elena, but they never had full-on Duck King ass breakdancing in Street Fighter. So that's cool. Nor Drunken Master.
I think it's kind of wild just how old the characters in Street Fighter 2 are in this game, that the children of Yun and Yang from Third Strike are now the old people that one of the new guys is looking up to.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And that's great to think about the time that allows the new generation to age. I'm very excited for that possibility.
Like, the new generation is now old enough to be the old generation, and the World Warriors are fucking dinosaurs.
Yeah.
By the way, it's very clear now that Capcom has learned from its mistakes, and that the World Warriors will never not be on the starting roster of a Street Fighter game ever again.
You're getting the original 8 every time. That much is
the 4 bosses. Okay, maybe not, but those 8.
Well, so the question is like 4 bosses sounds like the right number for a Shadowloo DLC pack.
Oh, sure does.
You know, yeah. That is what you see when you get these characters. Okay. Now you're looking at the returning design elements on them as well, and it feels as if the breakdancing we saw, not breakdancing, sorry, the urban style, like the revisions of them that were in that mobile game, actually some of those design cues were kind of used in some of these here.
Yeah, 100%.
They kept some of that energy, which was dope because it worked. Shout outs to the angriest gamer meme yelling about Cammy's pants or whatever. Like she's looks
wearing,
fantastic.
Okay, but also they're censoring her. She's wearing leggings. Did you see Chun's scandalous fucking pants in that trailer?
Yeah, they're wild.
Leggings are leggings are a fucking type of pants,
yoga pants,
that were invented to get around like skin requirements for sexiness. It's the tightest fucking shit in the universe.
It's tacky pants essentially. Furthermore, the old costume is still there, as shown in that clip where she's doing her super. And I'm guessing that there's a thought that like the ESPN not wanting to show Armika in her default costume being a dumb thing is something that they probably are thinking about from the ground up here. Going, okay, if costume 1 by default is fine for ESPN, that'll be better than if we have to force an alternative or whatever, you know.
And I have to like, so then
cowards
you have all the classics, right? So man, all of the classic characters redesigns that we haven't seen yet are all fantastic. Like Dalsim in particular. Just give him a beard.
Yep. That's the move.
Fucking done.
What's particularly fun is seeing, I mean, so Juri is a winner no matter what. Like, I feel like you can't fail on her design. Like
I completely disagree. I think her design in 5 was terrible compared to 4 and 6.
Oh man, I think most of her costumes work, dude. I don't know. I feel like the 4 outfit was sick. The biker outfit, I liked it. And this one kind of comes in and does a whole new thing. A little bit more reminiscent of 4, but I think Juri as a character works in a lot of different looks. But Rashid coming back here,
he looks great.
Fucking awesome. All right, and I'm very happy too, because one of the things I was saying before the leaks were out there was that, hey, I know returning characters is awesome, but I really want to make sure I want there to be a lot of new characters too, right? Like, new characters become favorites before you know it when you give them the chance. We didn't care about Rashid before, now we do, you know? We didn't care about Juri, now we do. There's Ed, now we care. So just new characters getting a shot is always something I want. Despite the fact that deep in my heart, grown-ass Makoto, it would make me super happy to see. DJ looks fun, right?
Yeah. Shocked DJ came back, genuinely. Out of all the old characters.
Well, you know, got shunned last time, so, you know, DJ gets a spotlight now after missing out. And then Akuma looks like what they should have done to begin with last time around.
Yeah, Akuma really just looks like a do-over from his SF5 design.
But it's always, the Akuma question has always been the same. It's like, take the shirt off, give him a beard, put the gray highlights in. That's it.
Done.
right? The third strike, we know how it ends up looking. So just add time to the guy who's like a fucking woodsman anyway, practically. But then you show the new 8, right? So Marissa, the giant buff lady that is Centurion outfit based.
Because she's Italian.
Yep. Looks like a Roman gladiator. I'm down for the muscles. I'm down for the buff. Looks quite defined in that artwork. As opposed to, like She-Hulk or something from the previous conversations. Mm-hmm. Yep. All very interested in that. Always a fan. Her hair looks like a war helmet as well, actually.
It looks like a Centurion helmet.
Mm-hmm. You got Mimi, French, I want to say. Yeah, French fighter girl.
Yep. She's girl-able, dude.
Yep. Looks like it. Originally, girl-able was like little girl with the big gloves and the pigtails. But,
yep.
This looks like a redo.
Let's do that original Able design again, but pink. Pink this time.
You got fucking JP, another old man, handsome daddy design for anyone who wants their daddies. So G nowhere to be found yet here, but JP seems to have that energy.
Unless that is G, it's impossible to know.
But he's no, but the next to him it says Russia on the flag, but then there's a question mark.
Maybe it's Necro after he got better.
If G's world plan worked out and the Qs are taking over and they're everywhere, this could be something related to that. The next step of, his fucking takeover. But either way, old man energy is something that the Capcom has realized the fans want. They want daddy casts, daddies on the cast. So JP's in there. Aki as the replacement for a Fong like character. Sure, looks like girl Fong.
Looks much better than. Much better than Fong.
Oh yeah. But I'm expecting poisons and assassin type things, and that's all pretty straightforward. And then there's like Lily, who looks to be like Mexican native, which is makes me you think of T-Hawk, right? Because you can go Mexican without going Mexican native specifically, but looking at that, I'm guessing there's probably going to be a relation to T-Hawk or his village somewhere in there. And Kimberly, who was at the end of the original trailer, who's just American girl with the big old tails. Looks like she's probably going to do ninja things. I might be like like maybe an Ibuki student or something. She's like upside down in that pose on the screen, so possible.
Wooly, how do you feel about Street Fighter VI finally adding the first black woman to Street Fighter ever with Kimberly?
Well, it's important to break through these milestones as we specify that there's black and then there's black, of course. Now, the first black woman doesn't necessarily mean the first black woman, but it definitely means that Kimberly is the first black woman. She just happens to not be the first black woman.
I think the doubling down that Elena doesn't count because she's from Africa might be the most insane thing I have ever read in my life.
The easy out would have been just let's edit the article and change it to say the first African-American woman, right?
Easy. Right there. But instead they did the opposite.
The opposite way around.
Which makes no fucking sense.
Yeah, a little Kotaku article. Anyway.
Oh, yes, man. I fucking spit out my drink when I saw it.
African-American could have been used, but instead it went the other way, and it's like saying, no, black discludes people who are African. And it's like, okay, well, that's the weirdest way to go, but sure, we'll double down on that. Why not? Anyway, I don't know. Regardless, though, yeah, I think that's a strong starting roster, and then I'm sure there's going to be the DLC stuff to come.
So
you know,
I saw the original trailer, and like I could take or leave Jamie, and I fucking hate Luke so goddamn fucking much. So I was kind of like bummed. Not like I wasn't excited. I was like fine, but it was like seeing that full roster. I'm very happy with that full roster. That's a good looking roster. And then they started to go into the gameplay details. And they went into a lot of system and gameplay details.
Sure did, and that's my meat and potatoes. That's what I'm looking to fucking chow down on. And so yeah, like now that so characters aside, what I'm expecting and thinking is we're probably going to see DLC pack, Third Strike, couple Third Strike characters, and like 2 new ones. DLC pack, Alpha, couple Alpha characters, 2 new ones. You know, like I'm expecting that you could just take those missing obvious things and then you throw time into the mix and then add some new characters as well, and there you've got your seasons ready to drop, right? Okay. Mechanically, wow. I was confused at first because I was like, oh, we're doing parries, we're doing focus attacks, and we're seeing V-shifts, so are there going to be grooves? And it's like, no, we're giving you everything.
We just decided to bring in every major mechanic from every Street Fighter game to ever release and put them all in on the same bar.
Yeah. And so the later versions of 5, the updates, like especially like post-championship edition, started to really like show off like, okay, kind of like EX Street Fighter 4 characters were Omega mode characters were test beds for 5. You can see some of the stuff that was a test bed for 6 in the form of, like, I want to say like 5 characters on the roster of 5 have parries, but they're different kinds of parries. Ryu had one that was bad initially because it was too slow to come out, and you know the punish wasn't worth going for.
And Alex had the one that would go into an attack right afterwards.
Exactly right. Gil gets one as well. All different tests as to how to make the parry work, right? And then here they've settled on one, and we don't know what the timing is going to be, but whether it comes out in 1 or 3 frames is going to be very important.
There's 2 timings. They did come out a little bit. The parry, and you can watch the gameplay footage if you like frame by frame it. The parry comes out quite quickly, but you get different effects based on whether or not it's within a certain window of something hitting you. So there's put the parry out and it stays out and it functions more like a focus attack, or put the parry out as a parry and then it functions as a third strike parry.
Okay. Well, so that if it comes out instantly, or if there is a startup to it, that makes a difference in neutral. It's gonna make the competitive scene of that game have a completely different flavor, because third strike, being what it is, revolves around the parry at high level, right? It just does.
It's interesting because like there was a lot of arguing about SF5 in the long history of it, of like it makes you want to play it your way in the execution shenanigans. There's not a whole lot of room for player expression.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of room for player expression when you have all these fucking toys to play with.
You've got a lot of toys now, just on each one, like the parry. Yeah, so the if you have a just frame one, response, then that's that'll be useful in battle. Something slower than that might not be as useful, because Ryu players tried to make it work and they couldn't for the life of them figure it out.
People are saying that that Max counted it and it's 3 frames.
It's a 3-frame parry. Okay, well,
we're right back to it where it was 20 years ago.
Okay, no, because that means it's much harder to use in neutral, and that means that Ryu players who basically went, fuck this thing, I can't use it properly, gave up on it. And talking with Reggie about that specifically, he's just like, yeah, if you can't, like, if it's not a third strike parry, essentially, it feels like it's not worth it going for it in the way it implemented into Ryu in 5, right?
Yeah.
Things might change, of course, but if that's what we're going with, we'll go on the max frame numbers for now.
Back to the nightmare, everyone! It's 2001, and you're playing a character you physically can't hit!
Okay. So, in addition to that, of course, you've got all the other mechanics. Now, The wildest thing about them, even before going into them, is the fact that they use a completely different meter, right? The brake, was it brake system, or anyway, all of the fucking mechanics introduced drive. All of the mechanics introduced in the drive system are all there. You have your defensive stuff, as in your parries. You've got your FADC, which is a cancelable dash outside of a normal.
You've got what is your other focus attack thing, which is just eat
drive
a hit
impact
and crumple.
And then the wall splatter, exactly. But what's wild is EX moves are considered drive. They cost drive to do, right? So that means EX moves don't cost normal super bar. That means that you get EX moves for free. When you get, furthermore, the drive meter is not a meter that you build up as you do things. It starts full and replenishes over time after you deplete it. When you deplete it, you go into cooldown or burnout mode, and we don't know what that means yet, but it sounds like it's bad.
The long and short of it is use these. Use them a lot.
But here's the issue, right? And you got to be careful with it. MK11 introduced a similar thing where you had you had a bar that would regen after you used out certain defensive actions on it. That when you're using defensive options, that makes sense. You can kind of work in a way that is like, I fucked up, I'm going to take my replenishing meter to get out of this situation. But if I fuck up more than once, I'm gonna be in a shitty situation where I have to guess or die, right?
Right.
In this, if you put offensive options behind a replenishing thing, they have to be really carefully balanced, because essentially, like, if you are someone who's got a really good move that's an EX move, and you're kind of like, if you got like a Yun EX lunge punch ready to go, and you have those for free right away, start of the round, and then you run out of them, it's almost like, well, now we've create a moment where you have the problem that can exist where if someone is in a temporarily powered up state in a fighting game, and it makes no sense to fight them, we just lame it out and I disengage, right? The example I use is the critical counter system in King of Fighters 12 was poorly thought out, because it gives you a couple seconds of being super, super strong and scary to fight, where the opponent might as well just not fight you. And the last thing you want to happen here is, time for me to not fight anymore. And then the pacing of the match becomes, much more staggered and lamed out as a result of this replenishing meter just being like, if I wait back and if I stop playing the game for a couple seconds, I'll be back to normal. Creates weird paced matches.
Luckily, parries replenish that meter, and both characters have full access to all these fucking zany tools at all times.
So it seems, as well as time. Now, if burnout leads to stun, which is what I'm seeing there, that would be really crazy, because that means you're eating, a full bread and butter when you fuck up on that gamble.
But don't go too nuts.
And the implementation of how it's paced out can be tweaked to adjust these problems, but it gives me a concern to create a system where people might wait to replenish and stop fighting. That's always a big thing you got to worry about when you make fighting games.
Oh, you mean like the absolute shittiest thing in the universe with Third Strike, where it's like, fuck, I need more Aegis reflectors. Punch, 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 punch.
Not
punch.
even that. Not meter building. not meter building. I'm talking about like
that shit.
I'm talking about like either I'm installed or I'm uninstalled. Time for me to just back up and not fight, or the other player being like, if you get one crush counter on me right now, there goes half my life. I'm just not going to play until that goes away, right? Anyway, so that seems to be what they're going for. The rate of replenishment is going to be a huge factor in whether that problem I'm discussing comes out. So again, we'll have to see the gameplay. Other things with the system that are very interesting to look at is, of course, the push towards easy operation, essentially, which is not surprising at all. In fact, it's been there forever as a thing. I look at when I look at the simplified control system, at first we were worried it was the only control system because the way you scroll down that list, I was like, "Uh-oh, is this the only one?" But it's like you have classic and then you've got the new one. That's been a thing before. It's nice to see that a lot of people that we've been having this discussion about like easy inputs with and stuff, people are excited to see that and are like, "Yeah, I'm down to try that." But the fact that it exists in so many other games and has not really done the job of actually appealing to people and bringing in new people that use that system makes me look at this and go, it's probably going to do the same thing, right?
I really think that this particular implementation looks really good.
It does work for what Street Fighter needs, and it is Street Fighter, so it's going to get more attention than other fighters are. But stylish mode exists in Xrd. EO exists in EO. Going back to fucking Marvel versus Capcom 1, when you pick a character, you can pick easy or manual. And easy was double tap a button to do a special and press all three to do a super, right? Yeah. This has been a thing in so many fighting games, and that hasn't really... It allows new players to have that like point of entry, but it hasn't really like converted people or won them over. So this is kind of like not that big a deal.
Here's the thing about that. I don't think converting people or winning them over is what really matters. I think Capcom wants to make a mass market fighting game, and it's Street Fighter, so it's the absolute most mass market fighting game, and it has a gigantic single player mode. So they want a game that they can give up people a control scheme where they buy it and they go, cool, and they go through the single player content and they finish that and never play a single fucking online match ever. And go, cool, I really liked Street Fighter 6. I had a lot of fun with it.
Yeah, the Tekken story mode, having the trigger to have your different auto combos expands upon, the possibilities. And then again, King of Fighters, we saw them doing the same, like mash the buttons to get your different enders for your super. I think it's nice when you can integrate the two together. Persona did a pretty good job of that. Marvel versus Capcom Infinite, not so much. But
like Persona is probably the best example. Hey, I play Persona, but I don't play fighting games, and I want to play the next part of the Persona 4 storyline. Well, the auto combo shit means that I can muddle my fucking way through the story mode.
And on a functional level, the auto combos are unique buttons that don't exist on the button on the arcade stick anywhere else, so you can actually use them competitively for a specific purpose. Dragon Ball does the same thing. So here, it looks like that's going to be the case, but I think you're going to actually run into an issue where some people that are going to want to start with the easy operation mode are going to find that at a certain point they're going to be somewhat gimped because
100%.
Like, besides the fact that you're, restricted on your combos and stuff like that, you're restricted in your button layout because it looks like you have 3 attack buttons: strong, medium, heavy. It's light, medium, heavy, and it's going to probably merge punches and kicks together, right?
Yep, 100%. It's like you're playing Street Fighter 2 on the Genesis.
Yep. So you're going to have a character that's going to be like, at some point perhaps you're going to be like, ooh, I want to do better things. Maybe I should switch over to the classic mode. If there is a nice carpet rolled out for you to kind of like ease you over and try that out, that'd be cool if it's worked into the system.
I believe it's called the World Tour mode.
If the World Tour mode does its job, right? And then the other thought, which is looking at World Tour, which World Tour back in Alpha 3, that was good shit. Seeing you walk around a third person in a fighting game, not the first time. Shoutouts to Tekken Force mode. Shoutouts to Combat whatever adventure. Shoutouts to Virtua Quest. We've seen that all done before as well. Could be interesting, could be bland. It depends on how populated and living the world is. Depends on how much there is to do. If it's an hour of... If they took the Street Fighter V story mode and just made it like, now you walk to the next cutscene, that's going to suck. That's not going to be interesting.
Yeah, no, there is absolutely a perfect existing template for this, and it's the Mortal Kombat 6 Conquest mode.
Conquest.
Where you moved a little man around and went on a whole fucking journey.
But even if you do that, moving the man around can't just be a little 4-hour thing and then you're done, because that's not going to help get that single-player appeal they're looking for.
No, and here's the thing, right? So they show in the trailer in World Tour you're fighting some dickhead.
And you're wearing a hoodie, and it's like,
Right, yeah.
fights
But you
some random
fight
guy.
some dude,
Yep.
which means that, okay, you'll be fighting a bunch of some dudes,
Mm-hmm.
and it means that the cast will be the boss fights of that game.
Yep. Also, you learned a Shoryuken and you used it in the overworld, so you can probably then go in, customize your moveset. If we end up with a Def Jam Fight for New York style, set your moves up and whatnot.
No, I don't think that's how it's going to work. I think what's going to happen is you're going to pick your created character and make them, and then go, your created character fights like Blanca.
Maybe, right? That's the Soul Calibur's answer to the situation. And by doing that, Soul Calibur allows you to then play your goofy ass looking character in an online environment and not worry about the balance, right?
Yeah.
But if they didn't do that, if they wanted to allow you to customize their moves and make a full on, like I said, Fight for New York or Me Fighter or any of that shit, that can work in one context, and I can see it being the way they go. If you want to keep single player people around, and if you want to have the problem of people putting the game down after fighting arcade mode, story mode, 1 or 2 matches online, getting beaten, then being like, fuck this, I'm not interested anymore. You can go into a custom character that levels up, gets stronger with all the bullshit items, fucking dress up, charms, gems, whatever. And furthermore, you can have them fight against other people's custom characters online, but you only fight against those other customs in that mode.
not real people.
And then the other mode with the rest of the roster is over here, and there's a distinct online for World Tour and online for the rest of the game.
I don't think that's going to happen. I think they're going to do the Soul Calibur one. It just seems so much easier. But at the same time, they don't show us what that World Tour fighting actually looks like. Personally, when I see World Tour, my brain goes, I want this shit to play like World Tour. That mode fucking ruled because every fight you did in that was bullshit. It was stupid shit. You want to fight 4 Fei Longs in a row with half health? You want to have infinitely regenerating health but go through 12 Chun-Li's? Stupid shit.
If it does end up being dress up, right, then you're gonna like the level of dress up you see on Tekken characters is insane extreme as well, right? So both Soul Calibur and Tekken are representative of like maximum customization. That will work, but it probably would not hold as many people's interest as the sense of progression from having their character get the latest whatever gem and load out shit.
Well, that's the thing. In World Tour, you were equipping your character with buffs.
But to then use that in an online environment against someone else's character with buffs, essentially.
I don't think.
NetherRealm has been trying very hard to get that working for the last couple games. They really wanted, so variations was a thing, and then they wanted the like other customization to be a part of your thing. But like competitively, people are like, dude, we just want these 3 that we can use because the rest of this is just it gets crazy and wild when you're micro editing move by move. And then the armor and equipment in Injustice, same kind of idea. So they showed off like what not to do with that feature. And I think like the main thing is just like if you just separate it and the only thing you fight are wildly customized people,
just complete nonsense,
then you create a reason for that single player who's looking to keep playing to come back for months and months and months, right? They're going to fight somebody who's way crazy OP because they've got the fucking unstoppable fucking Fist of Goken on their character, and oh shit, that just feels busted. How do I get that? You can then just, have a nice little for fun mode of wild, unbalanced dress up, and then the main thing is still there,
I legitimately believe that it's going to not only not be this, but it'll be the opposite of this. I think the character that they show off in the World Tour mode as man with a hoodie covering his whole head is the character.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll be able to pick fighting styles, but like, I don't know, I can't see this online custom creator bluff thing.
It depends on how hard they go on that, I mean, people coming away from that feeling the way they do with a Dark Souls PvP experience would be
Dude,
ideal.
only a proportion of freaks play those games for PvP.
Certainly. But all I'm saying is that, like, if they're trying to figure out how to reinvent this genre and fix this problem and all the shit we talk about all the time, and you want to lean into other genres and do kind of what they're doing with stuff, giving people a place to go nuts with that style of gameplay would be one potential solution.
I would say that the big solution is they need to. So they're clearly going to have a big online push, because we see the largest stadium fucking wander around it menu in fighting games to date. You just get a tiny piece of it. It needs to be like Strive's floors. The floor system is a better system than ranked.
Yes. No.
Floors are good.
Floors are good until floor 10. Floors work excellently.
More floors.
9 and down, right?
More floors, and floors, let's say it's 20, and floors 15 to 20
but
require the baby input.
Floors have a problem when you hit a high enough thing where it falls apart. If you can still queue for a normal ranked match, that would be ideal. And then if you have the ability to go down to like beginner layers and sort of like choose where you want your point of entry, that would help new players a lot. But there should still be a overall rank me in, check my elo, whatever the fuck, and put me up against the next person who's at my approximate skill level. Because
I would agree that the absolute most important thing is getting into matches as quickly as possible.
The Strive problem with the floors is that it feels amazing up until you get to 10, and then it flattens into nonsense. And then from that nonsense, you are in a room with people whose skill levels are like literally the difference between like someone who's like first week on the game and they versus someone who's like ranking in top 32 on a regular basis, and it has no consistency to it. And then of course you've got the exam, which people can find ways to fucking exploit the exam. They can pick out certain matchups and go, I don't want to ever fight this character. I'm only going to go through the exams by targeting this type of opponent. And then they do that, and then once you're in Celestial, you're in this giant clusterfuck, but it doesn't actually accurately represent where your skill level is once you hit that like proficient level. So the floor design, like I'm telling you, man, like it really works for the beginning, and it fucking falls apart to the point where most people they hit the parts.
So would you just say like just your standard, just like feed me into ranked? Because my issue with SF5 is that my time between matches became like multiple minutes, even after like a couple of hours of play. Like it would be like, I'm trying to find somebody for you to fight that's a similar level, and I'm sitting there waiting for like 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes per match that doesn't rematch.
You can either have a normal ranked system that begins at floor 10, or you can create tons of floors, but tons of floors, even if you expand it to 100 floors, it's still not going to avoid the problem of, especially if you put exams along the way, it's not going to avoid the problem of people sniping their matches, right? It's not going to avoid the problem of and like, of course, you're going to have flattened out layers wherever there's an exam. So you need a way to avoid that entirely to make it legitimate, right? You need to have a mode where you can have a double blind match that is based on you being approximately similar estimated ranking of somebody. And I don't mind if that ends up being gated behind a short journey up the floors so that the new players can still feel something
I would
good about where they want to land. Or you can separate it and have it be like ranking is ranking, but like you can pick a journey up until that default point. But just recognizing that new players benefit from floors and intermediates really fucking don't.
So why not just do floors for the babies, and then once you hit the top of the floor, instead of having the celestial thing, just have regular fucking matchmaking after that.
That works. I'm okay with that. You know, people that make it up, those people that are like decent will get through them in 2 seconds, and it won't be a big deal at all. But essentially, it's like you're like training online.
Yeah. So
You know.
like, I mean, take me for example, right? As many people are pointing out correctly right now, that I shouldn't even be allowed to talk about fighting games because I suck so much shit. However, I was able to get to the fucking top floor within like a week because I remember how to play fighting games at a base level.
At a base level,
right?
You'll get there exactly, and you get there at your own speed, right? And then there's the lockout so that you can't go further back down depending on where your skill is displayed. But the first couple, I think you can. If you if you're up to level 3, I think you might be able to go back down or whatever. But yeah, a hybrid system can definitely work here. But the floor 10 that exists, where the system just continues, it flattens everything out, is trash. And if you hit floor 10 and then you get to now just queue up double blind, normal ranked, we're all good.
So I think the obvious, I mean, we haven't mentioned it yet, but like, man, I will cry tears of piss if they somehow fuck up the netcode again.
I haven't said the word rollback once talking about this game. And
like,
I kind of don't want to, because I want to just live in a world. Yeah, I don't want to talk about rollback at all in regards to Street Fighter 6, because I just want to live in a world where you'd be fucking insane to release it without functional rollback. End of story. Moving on.
Because there's 2 versions where it's like it works as expected, and we go, yeah, it works, and that's literally the entire conversation, or it does not work as expected, in which the entire conversation is, I can't fucking believe it.
You know,
right? Like that's where I'm at on it. Is just like, oh, cool, it works great, or it doesn't. Are you serious? Wow.
We are drowning in choice examples of really good fucking implementation. I don't even want to talk about it with this game. Just
unless it's like when people complain about the netcode, whoever's the director goes, "Well, we made a huge single player mode for you."
Yeah. They always.
And then Harada retweets it and goes, "We're bringing one to Tekken too. Shut up."
They always do it proprietary, so they definitely don't reach out and do GGPO. But they showed that MVCI's has a working version of it, so fucking just do that and leave us alone. All right?
Yeah, just do that. Okay, great.
So yeah, that's what we're kind of seeing overall for now. The other feature being real-time commentary, which is goddamn hilarious and quite frankly,
funny.
I said it when I put up my initial impressions, but it's like this feature lives and dies on the Yipes DLC. End of story. If you do not have a pack made, which is Yipes hype, you're fucking up. And furthermore, once it comes to PC, modders are just going to do it anyway. So talk to him, and if he's on board, pay the man for the Yipes hype pack. That'll just be the winning fucking pick from now on.
Shit, Wooly. There's so much fucking audio of us.
Mm-hmm.
If somebody wanted to, they could easily make fucking DLC packs of us as the announcer.
There are literally tournaments I have commentated with exact Street Fighter commentary quips available for use in archive on the internet everywhere. Yes, that is entirely possible.
Also, I should note, if you want to talk monetization or whatever, like Dota fucking sells like a shit zillion fucking announcer packs. Do you want fucking Adam Jensen or fucking Rick and Morty to announce your goddamn match?
Oh, but that's just the countdowns and stuff, right?
It's the kill stuff. It's whatever. So it'd be more expensive.
Yeah, no, this is way more in depth because it's the live play-by-play, and that shit is actually like, all kidding aside, if it helps people think about and learn about things they didn't know about fighting games, that'd be fucking incredible, right?
So what I want is the final character in English is the Alpha 3 guy has come back and is spouting his goddamn nonsense about size and strength.
You teched that throw, but can you tech your heart.
What? Doesn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah. Or the CVS2 guy, really.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. Sneaky attack at the start of a second round.
What's up with that? Yatagarasu did bring out the announcers early and first. That there was definitely a couple examples of this, but in terms of like intelligent play-by-play that says, oh, you're at the range where this usually works, and he needs to watch out for that. Oh shit, SPD range, be careful. Sticking out a button might get you thrown. That's legitimately helpful.
Hey, the Japanese announcer, Nuki, that's his name, right? Mm-hmm. Is he the guy fucking losing his mind over those old Third Strike videos?
No, that's Kokujin. Nuki's a classic commentator for Japanese tournaments. Kokujin is the one that you want, though. You want the A,
screaming. He's constant.
Denjin!
I fucking love it.
And freaking out and laughing at the that's the Makoto touch of deaths and shit like that. You want the Karakusa, just he goes like you're thinking Kokujin. That's good shit. But Nuki gets mad hype though, as well. You go back to the classics and
there's something about, and also they're gonna do it in 23 languages apparently, right?
Oh, is that like
that's what I saw? Yeah, I saw that they showed off English and Japanese, but they also said there will be support for 23 total announcers from a wide variety of languages, which will definitely have a really interesting feeling of subtitled to 13.
Subtitled. Okay.
Because I wanted to like slap it into Polish and be like, I don't know what he's saying, but he seems very excited.
I mean, that'd be incredible to reach out to the communities in every fucking area and get people on board for that. That'd be really sick, Get Ken Bogard for France, and there's definitely local celebrities in each scene. But yeah, subtitled then. A little fine. That's fine. But no, please make sure you have fun with it. Please make sure you do things like get people like Yipes involved. Get Chris Matrix, get the whole crew, get Lee Chung.
Fascinated to see how much voice is in these things.
If they're trying to emulate watching a broadcast, it would have to be fairly constant, right? Talk about the life lead, talk about the spacing, talk about the meter.
You ever play those old WWF Attitude games?
Stone Cold.
How busted that fucking commentary was.
Stone Cold lands a stunner on D'Lo Brown. Oh my God, JR!
Oh, that's good.
I can't believe it. This guy really got hit. Wow. What a pin.
Can they have the no commentary option be like Dave Lang's Ghost, and it's just silent out of respect?
I just want to make sure that they have it programmed in that, like, when you do anything resembling a Genajin, there is a pre-programmed A for each hit, and then you fuck up and it goes, oh, like you can have. We were fucking like laughing about it on the clip, but it's just like you can literally have a commentator that is just FGC hype. You're right.
Yeah.
Where like people are it's just a crowd popping off to everything you do. Oh!
If you hit an EX move, it's just like undetermined screaming.
Every once in a while, let's go, Justin! It's somebody's getting fucked. Get fucked. Somebody's getting fucked. Get fucked. Like just have fun with one of those packs, man. Sell it. It'll make $1 million on fucking DLC. I that's how you take this feature to the next level. Lean in.
So we're talking about all this stuff with Street Fighter 6, and the thing that stands out the most to me is that I remember talking to you about Street Fighter 5 long ago on the podcast, and it was like, just get it out. The core fighting is good. All the extra features don't matter. I said that out loud. And I am a big enough man to understand that that was an absolutely fucking brain dead position to everyone on the planet other than the psychos who are crazy about Street Fighter.
Bad
Just
launch.
brain dead.
Bad launch. They hated it. Didn't work out. And
now we're looking at Street Fighter 6 and it's like it's a fucking starting roster of like 24 or something like that.
We don't know if that's the starting roster, but I certainly hope it is.
I assume it is. Hey, look, there's a gigantic, super huge single-player campaign.
Mm-hmm.
There's the announcing mode. Mm-hmm. There's baby controls for new players, etc.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, what does somebody who isn't getting, like, dozens and dozens of hours of gameplay out of online only going to enjoy, right? Like, literally hundreds of hours to be extracted from just playing ranked matches is there for those who are, down to go down that road. But for those who aren't, what is there? What's interesting? Is it a basic bitch, do 5 combos and call it a day, challenge mode, or what, And so, like, it seems like the intention with this trailer, especially being 50% not fighting game stuff.
Not fighting. Yeah.
Seems to be like, hey guys, we are really trying to give you a reason to play this, even if you're not looking for the full competitive experience. Which, again, I understand. It's a whole new fucking world. Street Fighter represents the premiere of what fighting games are usually when it comes out, or it's supposed to. Underline supposed to. ArcSys has been handily taking that crown for quite a while now, but when Street Fighter decides to give you a reason to pay attention to something that's not the pure fighting game part of it, like a lot of veterans will look and go like, okay, but what? And it's like, if it can get new players to stick around, it's worth it, right?
So here's the big question. What is this game gonna cost?
Yeah.
I feel like since we are looking at an explosion of features, this will be a regularly priced retail game.
Yeah.
That may or may not have a free version at launch or later that does not have any of the shit that we're talking about right now.
They clearly made 5 to be potentially free and never pulled the trigger on it. Seems like they wanted the option to decide at the last minute to do it or not. Here, as we just saw demonstrated with something like Multiversus, this is gonna. We've talked about why free is the answer, right? The features are massive and expensive, and there's a lot of them, and it seems like it would be way too much of a package for them to just throw this all at you and say, here, we'll make money on the cosmetics. I hope that despite the fact that this looks like a full-price game, and I would be very surprised to see that not be the case, I hope someone internally is fighting that fight to convince them, like, that if you're going to go down this road, have a version that people can just jump in and play with the full roster, right? If you create a second version that it's not the same as having it fully free to play, but I hope someone's having the conversation, because nothing grows your numbers like that. End of story.
I could see a version of the game in which
no world tour.
If you want it for free, you have your rotating cast of 3 characters of the full roster. Buy whatever characters you like, and it works like a free-to-play game. And if you want to buy the World Tour later, if you want to buy this later, you add it onto it. Or you could just buy the fucking game as a game and just get all of it.
The problem with releasing a secondary free-to-play version later is that the hype explosion of, like, the brand new game being spread via word of mouth is only going to happen once, right?
Yeah.
The second version that's free to play that comes out a year or two later does not get as discussed as it does on launch when everybody's telling everyone to go get it. Some people, and that the hype and the launch window has the most amount of players. Thus, you're getting the best matching towards people of your skill level, and it's this big old crazy race. Everyone's learning together. It's an exciting time. All of that fun stuff. If you have people excited to jump in during that window, and they can tell all their friends to go get it then too. It's a huge difference than the the game is already out and stuff, and but now the free version's here. I guess I'll check.
I think
it out.
the KI model of releasing essentially the full piece and the free smaller piece, like that would have to be day and date.
It would have to be, and I think the KI model was an interesting test bed, considering there's like almost no examples of that beforehand. But I think you can do better now. I really do think you can. If it's not likely to happen, but if Capcom is willing to go that far, they can create a game that exceeds what fighting games are like limited to in terms of popularity. They can break that cap, and they can appeal to a widespread audience of people that are legitimately like just down to play anything that's free.
Because with a free-to-play version of Street Fighter 6 with like easy operation controls, you are opening it up to like hundreds of thousands of fucking scrubs that'll flood your fucking ranked. That's good. You want that.
And as much as it's not like it shouldn't have as much weight as it does on the argument, but it matters that when you say Street Fighter is free, that's different from saying Dead or Alive 6 is free.
Yeah, it still has the cultural cachet of the fighting game.
It matters. It does matter. Now, we talked a lot about why Multiversus is probably going to be a fucking hit, based on the fact that it's brand new, but it's got all that like crazy brand recognition.
Did you see fucking Nick?
They added voice acting in items
today.
I saw.
Like, Jesus Christ, guys.
Yeah,
it's way too late.
Multiversus is coming for that Brawlhalla money. They're coming for that like casual audience. They're coming for the Smash scene. They're coming for young kids that just want to play with their friends and can't really afford anything else, don't have a credit card. They're coming. It's gonna be a thing. If Capcom, wanted to like go down that road, they could, and they could find themselves like enjoying popularity from Street Fighter for years. And the thing with that is, once you have that type of free to play audience, you then have Street Fighter 6 as like a platform, which is kind of what they always want,
Yeah.
Which is like a lot of these free to play games that get popular, they don't even need the sequel. They can just be a platform from that point forward, It seems immensely unlikely, but god damn it, would I love to see it, just because it would very positively affect the health of the genre more than any other thing could.
Make it free, you pussies.
Yeah. But that's the bit.
I feel like this is the follow-up where in like 3 weeks I get a message from a little birdie that tells me not only is Street Fighter 6 not going to be free, it's going to cost $200.
$200. Yeah. Yeah. And in the meantime, that's all we can say for now until like, actual game feel is a thing, certainly. I hope we don't have any major technical hiccups. I hope we don't have, input lag is now a fucking perma thing because of the way, PC and well,
yeah,
Unreal
whatever.
Engine
Use it to hide latency.
Yeah, but
work
RE,
with it.
I don't know. RE Engine will, we'll have to.
Hey, I'll tell you what. As somebody who has a lot of experience running the the RE Reach for the Moon engine on PC, that engine fucking sings, man.
Has there been
PC
to
is optimized?
Has there been PC to console comparisons on things like lag testing and such for it?
I don't know. You'd have to. I mean, I could give you my personal experience with lag testing Monster Hunter Rise on the Switch versus the PC.
Yeah,
but that's
no.
not really fair
That's
because
not
one
real.
runs at 29 frames a second and the other runs at whatever you fucking want.
Yeah.
Like my shit easily crushes 144 on that.
Because
Like it's in the hundreds.
Unreal has baked in lag that we're gonna deal with on any fighting game using Unreal. But basically someone would need to test a like a PS5 RE game with a PS.
DMC.
Yeah.
DMC
Okay.
5.
So like, what's the? Yeah, I guess it would be like, what's the lag, right? Like,
So we'll just I'll just ask Hitchhiker right now. He would know.
Mm-hmm.
We might get an answer before the fucking end of the podcast.
And have they optimized it since, right? Because that is a huge problem on literally every fighting game right now. Everything, fucking Strive and KOF and all these things are just like, well, the PC version doesn't have input lag, but it does feature more weird freezes and hitching because it was not optimized properly, and we treated the PC as a secondary thought. So what do you want? Smooth play but input lag, or occasional freezes and no lag, KOF is fucked on that.
The jump in optimization from Monster Hunter World to Rise on the personal computer is absolutely hilarious. Monster Hunter World is one of the shittiest performing PC games I have ever played. And then you play Rise, which isn't quite as advanced graphically, and it's one of the best I've ever played in terms of performance. It's fucking nuts. To the point where I would not be surprised if SF6 on PC runs the same or better than SF5 on PC.
Interesting. The other thing to compare to is we're going to have an Xbox version to look at as well this time around.
And I assume there will be the crossplay.
Yeah, if they're not stupid, there will be. If you want to keep that player base healthy.
They had crossplay. Why would they not have the crossplay?
Well,
it's the Street Fighter.
Yeah, well, maybe Microsoft coming in, but then fucking Power Rangers can figure it out and you can't. Come on,
no, it'll have the come on, it'll have the crossplay.
That'd be ridiculous. So, yep.
And also crossplay with your phone. Street Fighter 6 on your phone.
I mean, when we looked at those simplified controls, Reggie pulls his phone out and is just like, "Are we doing this or what? What are we?" Yeah. Anyways,
June 3rd, the Evo Twitter account posts, Evo is grateful to share that we've been working with Sony, Epic Games, and our developer partners to reduce input latency for many of your favorite fighting games. Please expect more updates to follow.
Amen. Anyway.
Hey, I need a break. I'm going to piss myself. I'll be right back.
Okay. Adult Makoto, in our hearts, we believe. Okay, so some breaking news. Looks like Keyword Studios has unionized with a unanimous vote.
Yay! Who are they?
Congrats to them. So I didn't work there, but Keywords is the Montreal QA studio that acquired the place that I did work at eventually.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So they kind of came along. They were originally like a localization team, and then they started doing functionality, and then eventually they bought out Babel, the old place that I used to be at. So yeah, they are pretty much like the major outsourcing beast at this point. I think they just acquired like all the other, like there used to be like VMC, there used to be like Volt, Keywords, and then there was Babel and all these other places, and they just kind of came together. And yeah, looks like they're as the premier outsourcing for Montreal. They are now unionized. Congratulations, hard earned, well done, good shit.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like it's the reporting on it right now, so more details, but it's happening. Things are going down, and fucking people are getting it done. I'm kind of amazed that like the traction is sticking, this time, because usually the busting efforts like work way too well and shut it all down. But looks like we're getting some serious progress. That's awesome. And
Fantastic.
yeah, no, and you can fucking take it from a number of people who were like Reggie was there when it was Keywords, and he can fucking tell you, like they need it, man. So, okay, so that's going down. Street Fighter 6. What else happened? Launch trailer for Final Fantasy 16.
That is not a launch trailer. That is not. I don't know what fucking sit.
Excuse me. This bad text. Final Fantasy 16 launches 2023 summer. Trailer introduces new story and gameplay details. Sorry, stupid. Yeah, so I guess it was kind of established a little bit beforehand if you were looking, but I didn't really pick up on the detail that like basically everyone's got their summons as a Titan, and it's all about these characters that are essentially just the Titan summons.
The dominance, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And the lyrics of the song are singing their voices, singing the names out as you're watching them fight. Yeah. And then as the fight is going down, you're seeing like 2 fucking top life bars appear, like
yeah.
And I'm like, oh, okay, that's a very fighting game looking life bar system going on there. So, like, are we just going to have a, like, detailed kaiju combat system for controlling
big summons?
What game does gigantic scale fighting really well and feels really good while doing it?
Rocket Knight Adventures for the Genesis.
Okay, that's a good pull.
Not many,
because I feel
definitely not many.
Yeah, I feel like either games will bring it in and have it be very limited. It'll be like a QTE type of system, like Goemon when you jump in the robot. It's like pretty fucking limited on what you do there.
People in the chat are saying Titanfall.
So yeah, Wonderful 101 has a pretty cool one. It essentially just kind of zooms out and makes it feel like you're on foot again, but like it slows it down a little bit. Bayonetta, it feels less full control. It feels more like
yeah, it just feels like a fancy visual to go along with your regular stuff.
So I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about a game where you're at scale and you use the stick to really walk around and do and you have a lot of full control.
Yeah, I cannot think of much.
For that brief segment where you control Rex and MGS4, it feels like you have options. You have like 3 things you can do besides walking
Yeah.
around, so I wouldn't throw that on the list. I don't know. God of War. Naruto, yeah, you know what? The big forms in Naruto give you
Really?
decent control. I have to say, as when I went through the rest of that story and went through the Ultimate Ninja Storms, the control of the big beasts was like, it was all right. Definitely more fleshed out than I would have expected for like cutscene beasts, you know? Yeah. Well, anyway, I think the examples I'm thinking of, like when I see like Zone of the Enders and like Metal Wolf Chaos, but I'm thinking of games where you are on the ground and then you go into the thing, as opposed to the games where it's like all that, you know, where you're like as opposed to Jehuti the whole time, for example.
You know, it's silly because like it's such a minor part of that trailer. There's two things that leapt out at me. One of which is that there's a lot of gameplay in that FF16 trailer, and if you didn't know that the DMC5 battle planner is running this,
Now
don't worry.
do.
Here's your character throwing down revolver as a fucking move against something. And the other thing that I thought was a cute little detail, and I was sure that everyone had seen it before me, but you see all these shots of Ifrit going nuts and being a problem with the moon behind him. And then you see cutscenes, which are assuredly from the beginning of the game, with a big old shot of the moon. But there's, instead of nothing, there is a tiny little smaller red moon next to it. And I'm like, oh, that's a cute little thing they're going to do. They're going to have the red moon crash into the setting again. And it's going to be Ifrit this time.
Oh, okay. I didn't pick up on that.
Because it's the Final Fantasy XIV idiots.
I see. Sex. Protagonist fucks. Confirmed.
That's right.
Setting off a chain reaction of people talking about various protagonists of each FF game and whether or not they fuck.
There's only 3 Square Enix characters that I can think of that have canonically fucked. Cloud and Tifa, Faye and Ellie, and now these 2.
Okay, but like people are asking about it not in a literal in-plot fuck, but like, do they have the energy of a person who knows what sex is? You know? I think that's the
okay, clown does it. Fucking goddamn it.
Yeah. So, clown sex doing it for you?
No, it's just like that's a Freudian slip of like that's what I see when I look at Cloud.
Clown.
He's a clown.
Tifa. Yeah.
He's a fucking dumbass.
I mean, I'll tell you one thing. Kefka absolutely positively fucks.
Yeah, but the question is whether or not it's like a mailbox or a hole in the ground.
Yeah, or himself for that matter.
Yeah.
Me? Oh, yes.
Kefka's the kind of guy to just rut on top of a mirror.
God Emperor Clown absolutely fucks. Yeah, no. Just cut a hole in it and just go all in on the mirror. Absolutely. Force the guards and cultists to watch. Yeah, no. Protagonists getting up and actually having one of them scenes. Hey, hold on a minute. Does anywhere in the Yakuza series, is there a scene like that? Is there a protagonist getting out of bed moment ever?
Protagonist? No.
Because I'm like expanding beyond Kiryu.
It's implied that in Yakuza 2, like they maybe make out or she spends the night, but they definitely don't have sex. And in 5, it hits the absolute absurdity of Kiryu has a woman a little younger than him who lives with him, who they are not romantically involved, even though she's like pretending to be his wife. It's very weird.
It's
Um,
okay.
Though Yagami mentions that like one of the characters is like his ex-girlfriend.
Okay.
They used to go out.
Because some game settings, like, you just get used to them functioning without sex being a thing in that world. Yakuza is fucking bonkers, insane, bizarre if that's a setting
so
without
weird
sex in it.
Because it's like because there's two Yakuzas, right? There's the fucking cutscene with the budget, and then there's everything else.
Side mish.
And in the cutscene shit, there's only one character that is even protagonist adjacent that has ever even known what sex is at all.
Okay.
And it's Haruka, because she has a baby.
Okay.
Right? She has a boyfriend, and they have a kid, right? However, on the other side of things, you're in a public park teaching a dominatrix how to fucking neg people while a bunch of school children go, "What's wrong with that lady?"
Exactly. But none of those characters, the teacher, the dom teacher lady, all of them, none of them have had sex. You know, in minigame world. Yeah. Anyway,
Majima was married.
and
he was married to a pretty lady, so I'm gonna assume they had sex.
So in 16 here now, we've got sex confirmed, and that's exciting. Yeah, it's weird to say, but it's like I'm most excited about what combat is going to look like.
Yeah.
You know, for this.
Personally, I think for the story's tone, I think having some dickhead old man going, "We could just breed new citizens and rebuild their houses," is about as perfectly on point as you can get. Of like, so what? You just build a new one. They're just peasants. It's great. Great.
Replaceable. And yeah, everything is pretty and fancy and very, very FF. It's
got kind of a dream team on it. They finally came out and was like, here's everybody that's working on it. You may recognize some of these names as people who've worked on Final Fantasy Tactics, Final Fantasy 12, Final Fantasy 14, Vagrant Story.
I hope that they kind of, it's not, they're probably not
Tactics Ogre. The Tactics Ogre guy did the designs for the character. Like, it's the gang.
It would be nice if they kind of just put out the game and let it be like a really good game, and it was not like part of a massive, like, the FF6 universe with its side animes and, you know, releases and the whole thing.
I'm telling you what you're going to see right now is you're going to see a situation. There's a stupid little meme going around, which is the shitty Photoshop of Yoshi P walking up to an empty desk and like begging for an FF14 collaboration, and then putting the paper down and then walking to the other side of the desk and going, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, all right.
Yeah. Sure.
So that's going to happen for sure.
But the massive multimedia project, the universe for, any of these things that you announce before the game is actually out is like, I think just get a good one on the board that everyone fucking loves, and once it's a hit, start looking at how to expand if you want to. But
there's only one part of this that I'm like, oh no, which I saw this, and it's like, it'll be releasing in summer of next year, and I'm like, oh cool, patch 6.3 or 6.4 is gonna fucking suck ass. Because they're all going to be tired of working on this. Oh, no. I hope 0.2 and 0.3 are really good.
Yeah. So, that's about it. Not much else there, Cast looks pretty interesting. Big angry man. Seems cool.
That big angry man's gonna be Titan because he looks like Titan.
He looks like Titan.
The lady that looked like an elf will probably be the Shiva because she looked like an elf. That being said, there's one little moment in that which to me sums up that they're bringing in that Devil May Cry energy to Final Fantasy in the stupid way that I really appreciate. Which is fucking Odin Zentetsuking a Bahamut Mega Flare in half to ride through it.
That's hype.
Which is like, oh, okay, you're gonna see the summons doing all their stupid summon shit and combining it.
Yeah, always makes that makes perfect sense that Odin, the Norse god of thunder, does a Zantetsuken.
Yeah,
clearly.
100%. Yeah. Oh, Ramu's right there. Rama's right there.
Not Raiden, mind you.
No.
The Japanese god of thunder, but Odin specifically.
Yeah, don't worry. No.
Okay, well. And then they revealed RE4
again.
Yeah, with
I remember when they revealed that shit like 25 years ago, but I don't think that's what you're talking about.
But then they did it with the fucking. They had the little troubadour like.
Yeah, so Spanish guitar is an obvious place to go with a game that takes place in Europe. In Europe.
Yeah, but
So there's a lot in the Resident Evil 4 remake trailer, which, by the way, they're just calling Resident Evil 4, which is gonna get super fun in a little bit.
Ashley's got a new face.
I'm going to be referencing Susie, the Sphere Hunters video on a lot of it because she did a really great deep dive on a lot of the details. There's a lot in the basic gist of it. There's a lot in this trailer that shows off that they are going back and using older stuff from versions of RE4 that never came out. So like the way Leon's jacket is actually really big and bulky, and the look of Ashley's new design in general are like from the Hookman stuff. The game's color palette has expanded because the RE4 is great at a lot of things, but what it's not great at is having more than a single color in any particular zone, in which it's kind of brown, and then it's kind of brown on rocks, and then it's gray.
If the game has the exact map of RE4 and the same enemies in the same places, and now they look better, and
that's not going to be what it is at all.
Like, would that be considered a success?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
Not after Resident Evil 2, because Resident Evil 2 was this is very obviously based off of that old layout and all these old tricks, but it remixed them in a bunch of fantastic ways and made a bunch of cool new shit. In the stuff they put out, though, the RE4 thing, it took painstaking detail in those clips that, hey, do you remember this building? That entire, like that, you can see a shot of the starting village area where everybody attacks you, and the layout is 1-to-1.
Which is why I asked that, because I'm looking at it and I recognize the village, and I'm like, oh yeah, and then you go up into the top, and then the ladder gets placed up, and you fight on the second floor up there. I remember that.
But you look at the house that he walks up to, which is the first house, and that layout is not 1-to-1. The house is too large, and the window's on the wrong side of the house. And then you look at something like, you look at Mendez, who is the big cheese, who in the original, he was wearing a big green trench coat, and he was a ball guy because he was supposed to evoke like Mr. X. And now in the trailer, you can see that he is in fact still wearing a green trench coat, and he's a big bald guy. But now, much like Mr. X in 2, he is wearing a hat because he is an evolution not of original Mr. X, but of Resident Evil 2's Mr. X.
Okay, so some more deliberate connections are going to be made.
Yeah.
To the new ones. Okay.
So I fully believe
hat equals power.
Kind of. I fully believe that what you're going to see is a version of the game that because the RE3 guys were supposed to make this, and then they got pulled off of it for the RE2 guys to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, that says that the game will not cut anything and will in fact probably expand on things.
Okay.
Like Resident Evil 2's remake, it did cut a couple things, but it also massively expanded, say, the sewer area. Well, you beat RE2 as Leon. The sewer area in Resident Evil 2 originally is literally 5 rooms.
Okay.
In RE2 remake, it's like a third of the game.
Yeah, fucking up 3 is way less bad than fucking up 4. In terms of impact. So, I would love to see, and I know this is probably going to be the last thing on their minds in promotional material, but show me what happens when you press start. Show me an attaché case. Show me what that looks like.
Oh, that would come on. That'll assuredly be there. 100%.
And I also would like to see, not just all the expected amazing reloads, but let's get some variants in there. Let's get like 2 or 3 fucking sick reload animations.
I would not be surprised.
Right?
The trailer was very carefully put together of things that people would want to see. There's a shot specifically where Lewis is holding the red 9 and like the whole screen is just focused on the red 9.
God, yeah.
And it's like, yeah, okay. There's a shot of Leon lying in that little boat over Del Lago.
The only thing tighter than a fucking, the original reloads being in and being good is just a couple of extra tight reloads for for the same gun. You know, just the art of reloading. Redefine it.
I think it's going to be more serious, but I don't think they can possibly get rid of the camp. I think the stuff that happens in Resident Evil 4 is so absurd that if they try and play some of that shit straight, it's actually going to come off as being more camp.
Ashley as a whole is like, that's the big question, is just like, how's she going to act, you know?
She has more gameplay than she used to. In the beginning of the trailer, you can see that she'll be playable, and it looks like that'll actually be pre-Leon.
Expanding her segments out a bit. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But it's not like anyway, it's not the same as like a side A side B bit with the original with 2 and stuff.
No, it's the same way a lot of the earlier games did, where it's like, here's a little side story as the character in the middle, and RE4 had that anyway.
Yeah. Well,
Verdugo is gonna be great.
Oh, the voice acting is all gonna be fucking like new and.
Well, so yeah, the voice acting is all now done by the motion actors, right? So it's the same guy as Leon, for example, as from RE2.
Expanded Salvador sequences.
There's already a ton of them in the original game. Well, there's like 4 of those sequences.
Yeah. So, And I remember too, weren't we talking? So I didn't play Village, right? But like I remember when Village was released, we're talking about like
it's good by the way.
That being set up like or Village being like training wheels for redoing 4, you know?
Village very much feels like the RE4 we never got. I have sneaking suspicions that it's literally the RE4 we never got. But yeah, the more I think about it, Resident Evil 2 remake is the training for the RE4 remake.
I guess like how to do new things and not fucking ruin it, essentially.
Like the most important thing for me to see right now is I want to see 90 seconds of gameplay. I need you to show me shooting a Ganado in the face and then walking up to them and hitting the A button. Like that like vital. And also I need to see how the character moves. Right? Of course they're going to move like a regular ass modern video game, but I still need to see like how they actually move.
I mean,
like, are we going to see a melee button?
But like, would they? Would it be? I guess because it's like with the way it feels to play 2 and 3, would it be more about sticking to that, or would it be more about taking that and making it slightly
You get
more
you get your
reminiscent?
laser dot and you're an action man in RE4.
Okay.
They're like, I've played enough RE4 to let me tell you, if you fucking stand there and try and like let the fucking reticle close in for good shots, you're gonna die in like 2 seconds. It's way too aggressive.
Which again, unless sequences are remixed for that type of play, but that's not
way.
what
That would be
that's not
such
the
a
nostalgia
change.
Like
I think it is much more likely that there's a kick button on the control scheme,
like that mercenary shit.
Yeah.
And then they showed off a couple other things as well. So in the same vein, we got a gameplay reveal for Callisto Protocol, because up until that point it was just the cutscene. And
so first of all, not in the PUBG universe any longer.
No, it is now its own thing, completely separate. And I mean, I still have yet to play Dead Space, but that that seems to be
when I was watching it, I was like, this might be the strongest version of we don't have the license, but we're just gonna make the game anyway I've ever seen in my life.
Compared to Evil Within?
Yeah, way more. Like it is just Dead Space 4.
Okay.
Just very, very bluntly. Like the way it moves, the way the guy's fucking health is on a icon on his back, the way enemies animate. Like it's just Dead Space.
Yeah, guys, I said it, I'm gonna play it. I'm kinda in the middle of Elden Ring and Mass Effect. I can stop if you'd like.
Those first 2 games are really good.
I would advise
we can stop with the third one
and switch right over to Dead Space if you want to do that. No problem. Just let me know. Anyway, so yeah, seems you know what? Probably better to not be tethered to the PUBG universe. Probably better to be able to just create their own thing, huh?
Yeah.
To not have to be like to not have an item where you found the secret legendary tie of player unknown.
Frying pan man.
And the secret legendary helmet.
It's the frying pan.
Is that it?
Yeah. Remember they tried to sue people for including frying pans in their games? And the judge was like, it's a fucking frying pan.
In the meantime, I mean, because that would also put them in the same universe as Among Us and Ava, so, you know.
It would.
They're porting Spider-Man to PC. That's good.
Surprising.
Without there being another one around the corner to push on PlayStation. That is surprising.
That's how they're doing it. They do a year where they're like, look, the old game's coming to the PC. And then 2 years later, they're like, look, the new game's coming to the PlayStation. And then 2 years later, they go, look, the newer game is coming to the PC. And they're all staggered.
And just like that, every single costume that's ever been made has now been announced for Spider-Man PC, as well as probably Venom and Carnage.
Probably.
Everything you could ever want out of Spider-Man universe. Yeah. Yep, Gwen. Confirmed.
Right
Live.
there.
Bam.
Yep.
Then there was a trailer for Rollerdrome, which looks fucking sick. OlliOlli doing essentially you skate up the ramp and you do the Tony Hawk like vert, and then you aim and shoot and kill everything in midair and then land and keep skating.
Just like good old roller derby. No changes.
Love it. Art style is cool. Rollerdrome is a name that evokes all the things you want, you know, with fucking the Thunderdome and what the fuck was it called? Running Man style battle sport, death sport setting. And as our local death sport enthusiast, I feel like this would be right up your alley.
It's weird. I would also think that, but for whatever reason, it just didn't do it for me. And
It's
as we all know, I
blood.
do love death sport, but
is it because it was designed to be death sport as opposed to death was introduced to the sport that was originally a safe sport? Is that what it is?
No, it's because I look at it and I'm like, this just looks like a worse version of, I shit you not, The Club.
Okay.
A game that apparently I am the only person who know of its existence.
No,
but I'm sure you do as well.
Oh yeah, we talked that back in the day. We'd always fucking
The Club.
that was a James Small classic. Talking about The Club. They showed off what else? There was a season Letter to the Future, which looks pretty. Can't tell what
it looks interesting.
Going on. Wait to see what the narrative is on that. Seems to be a walk, take pictures, and do things. Might be cool. And then Eternights, which was a fancy looking anime game with schmovement, and people are like,
it looks really good.
and folks are like, this seems, I'm getting vibes over here. And then the creator puts a tweet out and is like, hey, yeah, I played Persona 5 and I really loved it, and then I made this game.
That's okay, because that's like, it's
No, like they straight up, the creator was like, I played P5 for the first time and I fucking loved it, and now I'm making a game 100% inspired by, like, they're not pretending it's not.
That game has a button to hold hands.
Man,
I think that game looks like trash.
Let's see what.
Maybe I'm crazy, but
I want to see what the combat looks like in application over a stage. But the highlights of it look stylish at points. I'm looking. I want to see. Could be interesting. There's some motorcycle play, and some high octane things. But yeah, I think it looks all right. Also, yeah, coming out and basically just being like, yep, I love me some P5. It is what it is. That's the right way to do it.
It invented jazz,
Yeah.
It's true.
Black people didn't. And by that, I mean not Africans.
It's true.
So one other thing that happened, and I hope this is not a non-story, because it seems like it is, but in the past, I've read things like this, and then it's turned out to be some bullshit. But the story here is Japan sets a new record, brings world closer to internet 100,000 times faster than current speeds, because they were able to successfully use a petabit data transfer they were able to transfer data at 1 petabit using existing pipelines and using existing fiber optics in Japan.
That sucks for rollback.
Yeah, it makes it even better over there, which means we have even less reasons to care, for sure, is the thought. But what they're basically describing is that, like, you could, in theory, like, what does that convert to? 1 petabit per second means 10 million channels of 8K broadcasting per second. No lapse whatsoever. That means you could, at 1.02 petabits traveling 32 miles per second, you could send 127,500
I I mean, yada
gigabits of
yada. It's
data per
fast internet,
second.
and you don't need to hook up a baby into the chiral network. And they
You,
say that you could put it on existing systems, but don't worry, we'll never see it because fuck.
I mean, at that point, I think it's you can just go burn down Bell and Videotron. When the world is moving 100,000 times faster with their better internet, and we're stuck on Bell and Videotron, it's time to just burn them down.
Don't forget Sean Tellis, motherfucker.
I mean, for America, you got your Comcast, right? That's your equivalent or whatever. Japan's actually potentially going to get even better with their internet, and it's crazy. That sounds like the hypothetical, like internet of no loading. You know, in theory.
I would like to say I read and reread this, and I may be mistaken.
Okay.
But the article may have made a slight wording error because they describe it as faster, but it actually seems like what they're describing is wider. Because they're saying, oh, you can send this much more data at at X speed, but they actually don't list the speed getting faster, because light is how fast shit goes on fiber optics.
1 petabit per second is a higher transfer rate.
Yeah, but you're sending more, right?
Yes.
Like I'm sending a car instead of just a tire. But
fatter pipe.
I think the speed at which it gets there might actually be very similar, because there's only so fast light can go.
I suppose, but as an idiot trying to figure this out, I would assume that the end result means, even though it's just increasing the size of the transfer, you're gonna get more of that data faster, which means less waiting on your end.
I'm specifically
you're getting more packets on your end.
In terms of like fucking movies and games and downloads, yeah, and uploads, but in terms of like peer to peer back and forth, I bet this would actually not make that big of a difference. But I could be mistaken.
Bandwidth versus latency.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I again, I'm an idiot and I don't know. But if things can get better, and they do everywhere but not here, I'm going to be very upset.
We're not going to get it. Don't worry about it. Just don't worry about it. See, you're worrying about it. I can see you're worrying.
I'm worrying.
Yeah, no. See, that's your mistake. Just give up.
I'm thinking about that hypothetical again, that end state where, like where everything is like a TV channel essentially, where the process of doing things just happen instantly. You know, that's definitely like a possibility within our lifetimes. I think if you're working with existing structures, it might be fucking sick to have a world where nothing loads, everything just kind of happens. That'd be cool.
That's nice. It's nice. It's nice to want
it's
things.
Nice to want things. Videotron must burn. And you know what? Here's the hope, though. If you really want to know what's what, the hope is that the fucking ISPs in Canada will join you in burning them down because they want their own shit as well. The fact that Canadian ISPs have to piggyback on these existing frameworks.
Oh, it's a whole fucking
sucks.
thing.
They couldn't.
It's a whole thing.
They will light the fucking gasoline, spires themselves, man. They'll lead the charge. Really. Anyway, let's take some letters.
Hey, I'll be right back. That dog needs to go outside. So that'll give you plenty of time to load up some good letters.
All right.
If there are any good letters to have.
Sure.
Be right back.
Hey, so yeah, it didn't. I didn't like throw Sonic on there because like I don't have much to say. I mean,
There's Sonic?
Sonic showed off the combat in Sonic Frontiers, and
Oh, cool.
he like it shows some fighting with like some like enemies that also look kind of sterile-ish, and someone had a comment on it that was basically like, hey, that's probably a bad idea to show off the game's elements separate from each other, and then you have to imagine how the whole soup comes together as opposed to showing us what the full thing looks like, you know. I'm like, not much to say about that really, like, so whatever. That's about that with Sonic. Let's take a look at some letters if you've got one.
Did you see the new Street Fighter 6 feature?
As we're talking live, something got announced.
Literally just now. I sent you it on the thing. You can now, in the versus screen, you can make a fucking face at your opponent like you shit your pants.
Show your attitude with the game face feature in Street Fighter 6 by pressing the directional buttons at the versus screen. Scowls, act smug, or confuse them with a mixture of rapid emotions. Yeah, it's called Soul Calibur 2. I've got you! Squirm, scatter! This
He's
is
right,
the
you
end.
know.
Just kidding!
Oh, just kidding is the worst. Oh.
Yeah. It's literally just Soul Calibur 2. Not yet!
The damage done to my soul by fucking Zhuanghua's fucking
no escape.
Terrible win quotes.
Does no one remember? It's just this feature is Soul Calibur 2's, like, that's it. That's all we're doing, guys. All right. Well, sure. Wind. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. All right. Anyways, if you got a letter, you can send it to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
What do we got?
All right, here we go. Got one coming in from Jay, who says, Internet of Things cross retail hell. Hello, funny dreads guy and funny bald guy that lives in my phone. It's me, Jay. I've got a funny anecdote about what happens when the Internet of Things meets fucking retail work. I had a novel experience at my department store job. I compile people's mobile orders and get them ready for the card side staff to carry it out. To this end, I scan them with a handheld weird machine, and it runs on like Android 1.0. It's weird and shitty, but it's not really a bad job. It's weird and shitty sometimes, but it's not really a bad job. But last week, the Wi-Fi at our store had a big dead spot right by the mobile order grocery fridge area. This led to me standing there with a carton of eggs in my literal hands, helpless because the device would not tell the store where I put the eggs, and it was bricked without steady Wi-Fi connections. Eventually, my boss hit me up on the walkie-talkie asking what was taking so long, which forced me to actually have to utter the phrase, I can't put the eggs away. The store iPhone thing won't let me. So imagine, if you will, my frustration when I was a broke-ass teen walking around my apartment complex with my phone looking for Wi-Fi strong enough to download ROMs or some shit, combined with the pressure of family frozen, retreated groceries are still there slowly thawing out. And all I can do is shuffle around the store to a place with good Wi-Fi to finish putting in the orders of fucking frozen waffles. Pat, the Red Bar Warriors are in your groceries.
You know, it's funny because I did the internet order a couple times, and the rule that came down on that was the nightmare for internet order for me wasn't anything to do with the Wi-Fi. It was always substitutions. Mm-hmm. It's always like they want these eggs, we don't have these eggs, and I asked my boss, or not my boss, my coworker who usually did it, and I asked her, hey, what do you do when this thing? Do you call them? And then she's like, no, you don't have fucking time for that. Just put fucking whatever in there. Mm-hmm. It's eggs. Mm-hmm. Who gives a shit? And then you'd fucking send it off, and they would call to complain, and you'd put them on hold and just leave them there.
God damn, dude.
Well, you don't have time to take that call.
Great system. Perfect. I mean, I've done more than a couple times when I've done fucking internet orders, and the replacement system is like you select from the items list and do it yourself. It doesn't have to go through explaining what you want or whatever. But occasionally you do. It'll be like, hey, there's nothing similar. Just type in what you want. And there'd be a thing where like I'd order Brussels sprouts, but for some reason the dumb like app would have a thing where it's like order a Brussels sprout, and then when it gets to the door, it is a single Brussels sprout in a bag.
Oh yeah. And
it's like, could you just like? And it's like, can you do it by the kilogram or what? And like sometimes they'll be like, oh, like what do you want? Like, and it'll be like, oh yeah, give me a bag of like 2 kilograms or something or whatever. But by default, when you say like give me Brussels sprouts, the only thing to do is manually put the exact number you want. So it's like, okay, I guess I want 50 Brussels sprouts then. Please stand and select 50 of them.
I feel a lot of sympathy for this gentleman or lady. I guess it didn't specify, but having parts of that be automated means that like your leeway on just getting it done has evaporated. Right? There was only one thing at the store that was like that, but it drove every cashier fucking crazy. And it was really simple. Okay. Wooly, you ever have Minute Maid juice, the frozen ones?
Yep.
Come in that can thing. Okay. Guy walks up, they're on sale. He bought 40. He put them in the freezer last week's, right? They're all the same price, but he grabbed them from all different flavors. What do? You scan the first one
and type the number in.
Type in times 40. Whatever, right? No, don't do that. We need to know which ones sold so we can restock. So you're going to need to scan each of them in manually.
Yeah,
dude, it slowed. Like when that rule came down, like I swear to everyone complains like, oh, the fucking cash is so slow. It was like they removed someone from the store.
Jesus.
It was like 4 caches became 3 just from this one thing, and everyone fucking hated it. The customer hated it. Like, why do I need to pull it all? I'm just gonna take the card out. The fucking cashier hated it. I fucking hated it because I would have to fucking pick the stupid shit up half the time for these.
Yeah, there's a couple things like that where if you get the group of items but different flavors on each one, it's a different. I'm thinking of like the tuna cans when they'd have like different flavored tunas, and it's like you could fucking go to there with like 20 different things and they're all the same price. But yeah, well, okay.
I just had a flash from this moment that is, will you ever work retail or service, or have you always been stuck in that office shithole?
Never did retail.
Because there are people out here that will empathize with this, but it's a story I just feel like I need to tell because it's so common and it's the angriest I ever got at work.
Yeah, well, the thing that you have that is, well, I mean, the thing that it takes to be like in this mode where the customer is always right no matter what's happening and you have to just swallow it. I don't have that. I don't have that thing where I can just eat shit like that. I can't.
Let me tell you that. So that this is a perfect version of this story because most people don't have that, right? Because most people are human and it's fucking bullshit. So you get in a situation where you're working at a retail or service job in which maybe your tips are accounted for, or you're fucking watched to make sure you don't accidentally take a juice box to the back before paying for it and then just pay for it afterwards because you might steal some, just complete fucking asshole anal retentive shit. And you get the customer that comes in and says, I want this cheese for this price. And well, it's not. And they go, well, the sign said it was. And I go, no, it doesn't. And they go, I'll show you. And you walk over, and sure enough, they're like, look, $2.99. I'm like, sir, that's for corn. It's just, it happens to be next to the item. And they're like, no, it's not. I want it. And just back and forth until I want to see your manager. Right, okay, fine. You get the manager, and she walks out. And they explain it, and they turn to you, and they say, just fucking give it to them for a price. I don't give a shit. And they just completely fucking throw you under the bus, and now you're the asshole.
Yeah. Oh, shit. Oh,
and
man.
It's like I should just... And you do that a couple times, and then you're like, you know what? Fuck it. Just steal right in front of me like I give a shit.
Yeah. Why bother?
Excuse me. I gotta let the wife in.
Okay. Yeah, man. Every path has got its fucking brutality, but I feel as if like I kind of knew about myself early on that like I would not be I would not be polite in bad circumstances. So I did whatever I could, even at starting basic, like even like when I did my basic first jobs, the closest thing I guess I was doing like literally like door to door fucking sales at one point even, but it wasn't a like people walk in and then bring whatever with them from their day up to you type of attitude, you know. So I dodged that as much as I could, man.
I'm just thinking of like some fucking guy running out the store with like bullshit that he's stealing. My boss yells at me like, "Stop him!" And I just turn and like shrug and I'm like, "No." like I'm getting paid like $7.50 an hour. Like I'm gonna stop some guy stealing. Like I give a shit.
There's bigger people who are paid to go do that also.
Well, you see, we didn't want to pay for security because it's too expensive to staff a security guard all day. So just yell at you to stop him.
Yeah. No, all my shit was like there's one asshole and that's usually your boss and you're going to have to eat shit from them for as long as possible as opposed to guarded variety assholes coming in off the street. And it's like, you know what? I'll take that one because I can figure out how that asshole works and not have to make a hard read on everybody walking in. You know?
There was a guy who worked at my place. He was the head of the butcher's department. This guy named Frank. He's a really good guy. And when nobody was around that was above him, he was the guy running things. And he was my favorite person in the world because when I get in a situation like that, he was like 6'8" and he had a cauliflower ear. And they start getting up into his shit. And he was just like, get the fuck out. I don't care. Leave. Fucking leave.
It's great.
And you go, oh, thank goodness Frank is here.
Yeah.
I can't fucking imagine what it would feel like to be like, well, the fucking machine doesn't work. Guess I'm going to just be super late on every order. I guess that's tomorrow's problem.
I mean, like that's there's a step along the way where it's like, does your manager see that and understand how stupid it all is and go, yeah, fair enough, and then they explain that going upwards, or do they go find a way to make it work, or do they go like, you should care enough about this despite the fact that you're not paid enough to do security to suddenly switch to doing security if you want to be a team player. You have to exceed expectations, right?
Depends where you are. So I got into situations in which they would tell me to do something that was impossible to finish by my shift. Like they'll be like, hey, can you go downstairs and sort the recycling bottles? And I go, there are like 100,000 bottles down there. Like it's going to take like 5 days to do that. Are you serious? Like you need to give me another guy. They're like, nah, just do it. And I would be leaving and they were like, did you finish it? I'm like, no. They're like, well, you need to get back down there. And I went, no, I don't. And then I would punch out. And then as soon as the fucking machine would click, the union rules would kick into place, which means they get to fuck off. And it becomes tomorrow's problem. However, if you're working somewhere that doesn't have a union, fuck.
Yep. That's where, again, the slow walk over to the whiteboard, take your names tag off of it, and very, very, very slowly drop it in the bucket of names that are not getting called for the next day.
Yeah.
So, anyway, that's some shit. All right. Let's see. Here we go. We got one coming in here from Pepper. Says, Dear Beefman, spouse and I have had our 5-year anniversary this weekend. Congratulations. We got to the chef tasting at Morimoto's, got to try the Wagyu beef. How do I eat mortal food again? How do I shut the fuck up about it? I don't know if I can anymore. Pray for me. Yep. That's the Wagyu. That's the power.
I don't know.
That's the real... Maybe
I'm a trashy bitch, okay? Because I've gone to big fancy restaurants. I've gone to Japan and eaten fucking high-end sushi and all that shit. But when we're driving around, you know what I'm looking at on my fucking map? I'm like, man, I hope there's a fucking Wendy's 2 towns over.
Dude, there's a butchery that's around that they've got some fun cuts of different kinds, and they've got their Wagyu. And when I'm feeling like a fancy bitch, I go get a couple cuts of that, and yeah, I know exactly what Pepper is talking about. It's a ruiner. It's a game changer. It's like you really do kind of instantly, you chew it, and then you become that person that's like, oh fuck, I'm never gonna shut up about this.
Yeah, but how long ago have you gone to Wendy's?
Fucking God.
Be real,
perhaps.
Yeah. Hey.
Jesus. On the one hand, fucking perfect marbled Wagyu beef. On the other hand, Wendy's though. All right, well, Jesus.
You think I'm joking? You think that?
Yeah. I mean, look, man. It ain't fucking cheap, but it is really, really noticeably like unbelievably good beef, and I'm ranking it second after Yakiniku Black Hole, really. So I'm right there with you, and the answer is you're fucked, Pepper. Sorry.
Just go to Wendy's, bro.
Just go to yeah. All right. We got one here. Coming in from Wyatt says, what is the worst documentary you've ever seen? Hey, Willie and Pat, recently I watched a documentary called When We Were Bullies, and it's the story of a documentary filmmaker named Jay that randomly ran into someone that they went to elementary school with. While catching up, they both remembered that almost their entire class would bully a single kid named Richard. Jay then decided to connect all the former students together and interview them about what they did to Richard to compile into the documentary. The bullying ranged from name-calling to poking him with sewing needles to even beating him up as a group. Some even laughed when telling the stories. During the documentary, Jay also tries to contact Richard, but Richard told him that he wasn't going to talk to him and that he didn't want the documentary to be made. The documentary ends with Jay trying to justify why he was a bully by saying that his parents were getting a divorce and he didn't know better, so it wasn't his fault. There's also a brief section where he addresses Richard directly, explaining why he's still making the film, even after being asked not to, and says verbatim, "If you ever watch this, I hope you understand that it's not your story, it's our story." The overall message of the documentary seems to be Jay saying that he accepts his own apology, even though Richard does not. It was the worst documentary I've ever seen, and it left me infuriated. The only positive aspect is that Jay's behavior proves that most bullies don't actually grow out of it, and instead are just forced by society to stop being bullies. What's the worst you've ever watched? That's a fucking...
I don't have anything that's going to top that.
That is insanity. Holy shit.
Unsurprisingly, people who are complete fucking pieces of shit as young people with no external cause turn into complete piece of fucking shit adults. Like, let's take, for example, if this particular person said that his bullying was them lashing out due to a undiagnosed mental health issue because they were suffering from abuse at home, right? Mm-hmm. You can connect the dots there, right? That's an external cause that is going to come out in a way, and it can be understood. But people's parents get divorced all the time. People go through rough spots in their school year or what have you. The decision to soothe yourself with cruelty is an informed one.
I would even say that, like, if you take this entire setup and put in, like what you were just talking about, let's say some form of legitimate traumatic reason why that kid didn't understand why he was wrong for bullying the other kid, and was literally like just in a situation where he was something was up and he was incapable of understanding it, right? Whatever that excuse would have been. There's still a second point where, after coming to realization of what that was and why that happened and whatever it is, when you go to the person who's the subject of the story and they say don't do this, and then you go fuck you, I'm doing it anyway, well, that just like that's the moment where you have a chance to back up and go, oh fuck, okay, I thought this might be a chance to do something, and then you could step back. But the same mentality that does it to begin with is what's in play when it comes to deciding to stop it, because the same triggers have never been fixed and they're all in place. So the person who doesn't give a fuck back then doesn't give a fuck about what you have to say about the matter now, and then you can just backwards justify whatever you need to make yourself feel better.
Yeah, no, you attributed a dramatically higher amount of self-reflection than is possible. One of the personality traits of people who act like this is a total lack of self-reflection. A world of me. Outward facing only.
That's an insane ass fucking summary. When we were bullies is what it's called. And yeah, I don't think I've ever seen anything that can really top what you just described.
Yeah, like I'm sure you heard at some point in your life, Wooly, oh, it's just kids. Kids are cruel. It's like, no, cruel kids are cruel. Bad kids are specifically cruelty.
I think I can think of story like documentaries where like there's been times where I've sat down with Punch Mom to watch something, and then like a couple minutes in would be like, what the fuck is this, and then just be like, tapping out, you know.
Yeah.
In terms of what I've sat through to its entirety, though, like there's one that I can think of. I don't remember enough details, unfortunately, to be able to put together a sensible thing here, but I kind of remember watching this one on Netflix called Seaspiracy, and it kind of just seemed a little bit odd in that like it had a lot of really good points and things that it was trying to expose about the like basically like the unsustainability of like the fishing industry, like nets leaving lots of pollution, some of the horrible stuff that was happening in Japan with the dolphin culling, you know, the stickers that go on the cans saying that it's you know certified when it's not, and there's all sorts of stuff like that. And I remember that all being like you know, pretty sound and like important things to expose. And then it also showed like how certain countries, I think, had like people that were like like basically indentured servants working on ships doing fishing things, and it was really horrible stuff that was being exposed. And then it kind of like it goes towards like trying to then sort of like explain what the solution to some of this is, and it like it looks into like farming, and at one point they go out and they follow like a hunting boat and stuff. But I just remember the kind of, there's some specific things it was doing that I was like, something's a bit odd about how this is going. I don't really know what. I'm not sure. And I just remember that like at the end, it kind of, I remember sitting there with Punch Mom and we were kind of just like, in the end, their solution was basically they're just like, so this is why everyone on the planet needs to stop eating fish permanently, and that's the only way to solve like what we're talking about here. And I was like, is it really just that simple?
Think that's I don't. Let alone like I don't think that's a viable goal.
And and they kind of just go into this thing where they're just like, yeah, no, that's the only thing, and it's like, no, that's a huge. Yeah, I understand what you're saying about the problems here, but then that's another thing entirely. And in some cases, it's like if you're particularly the type of person that's like, I'm going to go fish and eat what I hunt because that's what I'm consuming, and that's the most normal way to consume this type of thing. There was kind of a vibe of like, yeah, but no, even that's not okay, and that's like. It's kind of a mean thing to do. I don't remember the specific points, but it just kind of it struck me as really odd. Like,
You ever talk
you're
to
building
somebody
up a
who's like
case, but
upset
that solution is
about
not
politics?
the thing.
You ever talk to somebody who's upset about something that's going on in politics? And you're like, I don't know, man. What are you gonna do? And they're like, we got a revolution.
Yeah.
And you're like, how?
Yeah.
We just all gotta get up to revolution. And you're like, I don't think that's gonna happen.
Like, I had it much more.
I don't think that's a goal that's like achievable in your
I
lifetime.
had the specific things in my head more right after I watched it, and it's been a while now. But like, it just was definitely something where I was like, okay, there's a lot of good points about some shit that's bad and that needs to stop. And it's like with farms, it's like you can have a fish farm and stuff, but like some of them come out diseased and liced, and that's bad. And like, everything had these like valid criticisms and stuff. But yeah, it then kind of was like, okay, but the person who's directing this, their lifestyle is that they've chosen to go vegan, and essentially this is all supposed to be a slam dunk as to why the result is for you to do the same. And it's like, that's not, you didn't lay out that pathway, and you're not having that full conversation, it feels like. So anyway, that's the closest thing I can think of, which was just like,
you gotta stop testing on animals. Don't you use diabetes medication derived from testing on animals? That's different. It's different because I'm helping them, so I need it.
Yeah.
That former PETA spokesperson of a couple of years ago.
PETA, yeah, it's a bit of that unfortunate PETA energy, because it's like, the counterpoint against like, the methods and the things that are mentioned that are awful are like clear, but when the thing is like, hey, like, if you have to like, go hunting or go fishing, and then you are just directly feeding your town with what you're doing directly, and it's not a part of the industry, it's just normal ass fishing, like, what's the problem with that?
Your heart medication is derived from fish, it's immoral. Okay, I guess I'll just die.
Anyway, it was a weird one. But yeah, that's the closest I can think of, Anyway, yeah. Oh, apparently they had to redact some of the stuff they talked about too. Okay, I don't know. Whatever. I'm not the person. I don't know. Okay.
Hey,
that's satisfactory. Oh, okay.
I've got one.
Oh, okay. All right.
A terrible documentary.
Okay.
A documentary that I did not understand even at the time of its release. And people told me, whatever, you don't get it. Fucking Super Size Me.
I never actually watched it.
So here's what Super Size Me is, right? Guy says McDonald's is unhealthy.
Eats it all month,
decides
right?
to eat nothing but McDonald's 3 meals a day.
Right.
And gets fat. And he's like, see? And everyone with a working brain goes, yeah, no shit, you fucking idiot. You're eating like 4,000 calories a day. What the fuck do you think is going to happen, you fucking moron?
Yeah, okay.
Genuinely
that's exactly
baffling.
what I thought that was. Yeah, okay. Mm-hmm.
Like, genuinely, completely fucking baffling. And people are like, oh my God, I can't believe how unhealthy McDonald's. I'm never eating there again. And I'm like, I'm not going to stand here and fucking defend McDonald's specifically, but like all I can feel is the deep-seated emotion of, what are you fucking stupid?
Yeah, no, there's other points you can make there, but like that first layer isn't much to say. Like, for example, I have a cousin who's she specifically like has a whole organization that looks into like areas, in certain states where it's like, are you living in a neighborhood or in a rural area where literally like the only thing near you is fast food, and the nearest grocery store is like 5 times the distance compared to the nearest McDonald's? That sucks. We should do something about that, because that's the available food that's cheaper compared to doing a regular grocery, thing. Like, you can talk about that, about the availability and the costs and the price and all that stuff for in certain areas or neighborhoods where you don't have access to anything, but that's a different discussion that you got to have on top of just like just having that one thing and making that one point.
Apparently, I'm seeing a lot of people say that he apparently had liver damage from a former drinking problem that he was using Super Size Me to blame on McDonald's. Sick.
Okay. Food deserts. There you go. That's your term for that. Yeah. So that's something that I know she's told me about. That's a second layer to the point, but you gotta have that second layer. You don't just start at the bottom and leave it there. Yeah.
I should do a documentary where I eat Wendy's once a week and see how it improves my happiness.
Sounds like it would improve your happiness a lot.
Dude, I want Wendy's so bad. Like the whole podcast, I've been sitting here going like, man, I could go for some fucking Wendy's right now.
Cool. All right.
The patties are a square, Wooly. It's better that way.
Because his grandma told him to not cut corners.
Oh, is that really?
Yeah. You didn't know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Because Dave Thomas's grandma told him never cut corners. So that's
the only thing I know about Dave Thomas is that he was adopted, and Wendy's had the charity stuff for adopted kids.
Well, that's why they're square.
That's cool.
Fucking.
Hey, I want to go to Wendy's.
All right, you go figure that out.
Okay. Bye, everybody.